Warm welcome to each and every one of you to this June meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. It's a very busy period. Today we're very fortunate to have a few presentations which will come later, but can I welcome not only those in the gallery but also those, particularly those who are live watching the live stream of this meeting today. I'd like to acknowledge you and thank you very much for taking an interest particularly in what we do here at the Toowoomba Regional Council. I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil and the Jarrawa peoples. And can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Do we have any apologies today? Councillor Summerfield, anyone heard?
Not sure.
Okay. Mr CEO, do we proceed awaiting Councillor Summerfield's arrival? Or
I haven't heard.
Well, certainly.
Yes, I think
certainly we'll be continuing the meeting, but I'm just concerned about Councillor Summerfield if we haven't heard.
No. She has been contacted, but I haven't heard any. We haven't heard anything. So.
Okay. There's no leave of absence has been granted for this particular meeting, but in terms of Councillor O'Shea, you require leave of absence?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Here we are.
I require to be granted a leave of absence from a special meeting of Council on the 16th of June 2021.
Okay. Councillor O'Shea, you've heard the leave of absence he requires. Someone like to move to be granted that? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Seconder, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. Any other? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mayor, I'm just requesting a leave of absence on the 7th if we have a special meeting that day. Not sure whether we're going to at this stage on the 7th of July.
Okay. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has requested leave of absence on the 7th of July, the special meeting. Councillor Summerfield has moved that. Seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. In terms of declaration of interest, Councillor O'Shea, we've dealt with yours previously. Do you want to just go through that again, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so I requested that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Environment Community Committee meeting of the 9th of June 2021 and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in a decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I opt to stay and participate in a decision about the matter, including voting on the matter.
We don't need a motion on that, do we? Just that that's declaration. We move then to item 3, councillors, the confirmation of the minutes. First, item 3.1, the ordinary meeting of council held on the 18th of May. All councillors were present. Do I have a mover that that's a proper record, true and proper record? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor McDonald. Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of council held on the 26th of May. Councillor Carl was absent. Do I have a mover that those minutes be received, please? Councillor McDonald. A seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to item 3.3, the special meeting of council held on the 2nd of June 2021. Councillor Melissa Taylor was absent. Do I have a mover that they be? Councillor Summerfield has moved. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to item 4, which is business arising out of the minutes of the previous meeting. Any matters anyone wishes to bring up at this point? If not, we'll move to item 5, the presentation of petitions. Any petitions today? No petitions. We'll move to item 6, business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered in at this meeting without notice. There's nothing that I wish to have considered, councillors, so we'll move then to item 7, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. Item 7.1, Kate Venables, Executive Director of Catholic Care Social Services, Toowoomba Resettlement Story. Kate.
Good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to be here and a real privilege to be able to speak. And as I begin, I would like to also acknowledge the traditional owners that we obviously do lots of work with and have heartfelt passion for, but also acknowledge the amazing work that you do leading in our community. So thank you for all that you do, for all the many nights you're away from family, and for all the sacrifices you make. I want to tell you a story right now about how Toowoomba is going in terms of it being a welcoming zone. Now, I've got a clicker in front of me. Can I say I haven't used this before? So bear with me just in case I push the wrong arrow. And obviously that was the wrong one. So it's the left one, the down one, the up one.
There we go.
Really, in terms of Catholic care, we do a whole lot of work with lots of different spaces and places in town. We work obviously with families, we work with First Nations people, we work with local businesses, and today I want to tell you a little bit about the work we do and more broadly the community is doing in terms of refugees and migrants. So that's our TRAMS program, which is the next one down. And you can see that our TRAMS program has actually been around for the last almost 20 years now. It came organically in that moment when we had the South Sudanese, for those of you who are in town who can remember many moons ago as they started to come. And there was a tremendous amount of interest and possibly even surprise, dare I suggest, as our wonderful South Sudanese brothers and sisters came into town. Now they are par for the course and they are part of the fabric that makes up Toowoomba. In terms of the story that we have, we know we do this really well. We know full well that community gathers round and there are lots of different spaces and places that enable it to be so successful. Next slide. Sorry, this is going to be painful, isn't it? So that we know for sure because we've actually got reports on it. The university has done a report, so therefore it must be true. We are a welcoming, safe and inclusive community. Sorry, next slide. And down again. If you just want to tab to the bottom of that one, that'd be great. So there are all sorts of organisations that regularly do work in this space, including ourselves, of course, Multicultural Australia, QPAS, TAFE, Queensland Government, the hospital obviously is very involved, DVAC, and Police and Department of Children's Services. All of these gather round when we have a family in crisis and all of them celebrate when we can find solutions. And it's part of the reason we are such a successful story. So what do you want to know? Well, I reckon in terms of what we want to know about is actually what does it look like in terms of the numbers? Because it will probably feel like to all of you sitting here that we have more numbers than we used to. And you're 110% correct about that. When you look at that, you can actually see, you can track the numbers in terms of the chunks of the pie that have increased over the years. In terms of government funding, it's a federal government funding. It used to be funded by the Department of Social Services, is now funded by Home Affairs. And they make the decisions about how many people come to town. We all know, and there's probably been points of frustration for us, that there's possibly not as much consultation as we would like, but we always step up and do our best with whomever arrives in our beautiful Toowoomba and surrounds. You can see, obviously, there are some larger chunks, and let me tell you a little bit more about those. The largest group that we currently have in town, and I am sure every single council member here, and in fact every person here from community will know that they are the Yazidi cohort. You can spell it with a Y, you can spell it with an E. They are an amazing group of people who have come to town and are now calling Toowoomba home. So let me tell you just about our current picture then, if you want to just tab down, please, Jane. Sorry, thank you so much. We have welcomed 2,800 people to town in the last two or 3 years, and that is an enormous amount when you consider the weight that puts on all the support services. 35% arrived just before COVID. Interestingly, we actually have more numbers than Brisbane, And as an aside, can I say, we do not have the funding Brisbane has to manage that. We also know that not only have we had people who've formally come through the sort of official channels, we've had people who've moved here because they know how good Toowoomba is. That is such a gold star for us, but inevitably it places a burden on our support services. They come through because they move here and or because we have other visas that they come on, family visas and partner visas. One of the issues that I know every single person here will have experienced, I'm sure, in the last couple of years is all about literacy. For those of you who may not know, the Yazidi are a closed community. They are a pre-Abrahamic, so think Abraham, the New Testament, the Old Testament, and you've got a sense of just how old they are as a community. So they're a pre-Abrahamic religion, and what we know is that when they came to Australia, they did not have a written language. Not because they had nothing to do and, couldn't read in terms of that was their desire, but because they had been the victims of a number of genocides which had involved book burning for thousands of years. So essentially they had no access to a written language. That causes all sorts of problems, as you can imagine. But one of them is that when they arrived in Australia, there was one Kurdish Kurmanji speaker, which is the main language that they speak. That person was not actually a TIS, so it was not a formal interpreter, it was someone who spoke the language. In Toowoomba, we have now 5 people who are actually registered, but it continues to be an enormous challenge. So can you imagine, this is often what it looks like when we are working with people from the Yazidi background, because you can't always get a Kurdish Kurmanji interpreter. What you often get is an Arabic interpreter. My Kurdish Kurmanji friends say with a little kind of sniff in the air that they're not quite as good at Arabic as them. So we have an Arabic interpreter who will then speak to the male, generally, Kurdish Kurmanji speaker, who then interprets for his wife and family in Kurdish Kurmanji. It can take a very long time to be able to genuinely engage and inform people when you've got a 3-way interpreting process going on. And I'm sure you've all had this experience. So I say, "Hi, my name is Kate," and someone says in Arabic something about twice as long as that, and by the time it gets to Kurdish Kurmanji, it's about 7 times longer than that. I'm pretty sure they've just commented on what I'm wearing. But nevertheless, there are all sorts of interesting things that happen. Language and literacy continue to be a really huge challenge for us in Toowoomba. Obviously, there are particular groups then within this cohort, including women and children and youth, that we have a great concern about. Of that 2,800 group that sort of have arrived in the last couple of years, 50% are under 18. That's astounding when you think about the impact that has in schools and education, and really just in so many ways. In many ways, it's a fantastic cause for celebration. Lots of young people who will be passionate about calling Toowoomba home and making Toowoomba home right now, but there are challenges. We know that many of the stakeholders that were on that first slide, and really many others that gather around, who are really trying to help reduce the risks that sit in social isolation, and also some of the safety issues that we know are developing. When one culture moves holus bolus to another culture, there are challenges as they take on board some of the newness that happens. This will come as absolutely no surprise, but housing is a massive issue. I'm pretty sure you could probably talk to anyone wanting to move to Toowoomba and they will tell you that. But we have a number of issues that are particularly pertinent for our clients. Obviously, the vacancy rate is incredibly significant. We know that they have great trouble getting new properties, but we also know because people are selling up and moving, and we've got people moving in from other spaces, all of which is in some ways a great thing to celebrate. What we know, though, is our clients find it increasingly hard to get housing, and I'm very confident that housing story will be reiterated when Protea Place speak as well. It's a massive issue. For us, of course, it's compounded by many issues in terms of that cultural community, because they have very large families. Some of these guys have 10 and 12 in their family, and when they're looking, honestly, they will take almost anything, and so they're looking at a 3-bedroom room, and needless to say, the landlord is probably looking with less excitement about that thought. One of the great challenges we have in terms of the work that we're doing and thinking about that with that sort of interpreter level is that we get all this kind of emergency calls in terms of housing, and then we're working with real estates. some of the real estates are not as good as others at using interpreters, and that's actually really problematic, because what it means is we have clients signing documents that they're not fully informed about, and to be honest with you, real estate agents actually have a legal responsibility to manage that. But we're continuing to work with them. There is no doubt that some of that challenge sits around availability, but I think it is incumbent on all of us to ensure that we do our best to try and encourage that. Of course, health and wellness is another issue. The hospitals continue to see increased rates. When they first arrived, the Yazidi cohort were extraordinary, but they basically seemed to spend an awful lot of time at ED. And poor Shirley Ann, who all of you know was feeling pretty stressed as her ED was full of people with significant health issues and, you know, not a lick of English amongst them all. We've done lots and lots of hard work with the hospital to try and get some interpreting going, to try and get videos and audio files so that when people come in they can listen to those. But there are significant challenges. The reality is that the Yazidi cohort particularly came from a space, from a culture and a country where they did not have great health facilities. Our health facilities are such an amazing thing. I think we take them for granted sometimes. I know there are points of frustration, but we are truly blessed with what we have. And so what we have discovered is over time, there have been more and more health issues that have arisen in this community as they've actually had the opportunity to go and see a doctor. I don't know about any of you, but if you've had to navigate things like NDIS and My Aged Care, you know the twitch in your eye that immediately appears when you start talking about that. Imagine doing that when English, you know, is not your first language. So there are all sorts of things that we are supporting them in, and we recognise that we're trying to help them navigate. Mental health is a really significant issue. That will not come as any surprise. I'm pretty sure all of you know the story, but essentially this particular cohort came without the normal, and I put that in very inverted commas, but without the normal refugee camp experience. So generally, particularly South Sudanese communities, Congolese communities, in some of the other Middle Eastern communities, have spent time in a refugee camp. So they do some processing. With all the extraordinary trauma, with the violence, with the conflict, with the death that they have seen, they do some of that processing in camp. But these guys didn't have that opportunity. Part of that was simply because the violence was so abhorrent and so extraordinary. We had to lift them out and get them to somewhere safe really quickly, and Toowoomba was a beautiful place for them to arrive. But they haven't arrived without challenges, like reading that slide, for instance. So we know for sure that some of the issues that are now really coming up consistently and regularly are around suicide ideation, and that is actually for children who are under 18 years as well, so it's not just for adults. We've got anxiety, depression, obviously we've got traumatic grief, we've got pain, and I learned a new word this morning. We have somatoform symptoms. So they are the things like, we used to call them psychosomatic. Basically they are pains in the body that are coming out because of the extraordinary grief and trauma. So QPAST, which is the counselling agency that does such extraordinary work, are working in this space. It's a massive need. Can you imagine coming to school one day as a teacher, and we all think they are amazing people anyway. We understand the great work that they do. They look after our children, and we are very grateful for that. So you come to school one day, and in your class now you have 7 children who don't speak English. That would be tricky. But not only have these children not ever learned any English, they've never actually sat still because they've never had the opportunity to go to school. So they have never sat still for more than 10 minutes at a time, and they have never held a pencil. And these guys could be guys in grade 6. Remember before I said 50% of that cohort are under 18 years old. The schools were slammed. And can I say an enormous shout out to what they did, because they just stepped up. It's absolutely extraordinary to think of the challenges that they had. And that's in the context, we know, of classrooms that have other challenges anyway. So we just know that they did an extraordinary amount of work, and that we now have young Yazidi children who can read and write at appropriate levels, and that obviously continues to develop because teachers and schools got themselves wrapped around them. TAFE, of course, also, thanks Jenny, TAFE, of course, also had an enormous challenge, and one of those was about the numbers. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? I think in some ways we think, great, the numbers are good, they'll have lots of people to connect with and community to wrap around them, and that is true, but what it meant for TAFE was that actually they had 40 people in one class all speaking the same language. And so English wasn't being learnt because they were all speaking in Kurdish Kurmanji. So they had to do some enormous work to try and get that going, and again, TAFE did that beautifully. We know that employment is a challenge right across lots of different vulnerable cohorts, and frankly, not even vulnerable cohorts. We know that that's a reality. Refugee cohorts consistently say to us, we want to give back, we want to work for our country, we want to give back. And so we continue to try and find ways to get them employment. There are all the normal challenges that happen around literacy and around skills recognition. But what we know for sure is when you get one of those, you have someone who will be loyal for life. All of this in lead up to tell you that we've got a funding disaster, a cliff coming, which is, you probably remember John McVeigh was able to secure for us a bucket of funding in 2019 that gave us $175,000 in trams, and that gave us 2 extra caseworkers. Interestingly enough, that was before we actually realised the level of need that would come with the Yazidi cohort. So those dollars are disappearing, and we've had some conversations with Canberra. We are, of course, a hopeful people, and we certainly hope and indeed pray that hearts will be moved and dollars will come. But I think as council, recognising the implications this is going to have for community, you need to be aware that there is a probable likelihood that we will not get that funding, which means we'll be 2 caseworkers down. What does that really mean? Well, let me tell you. What it really means is this. You know, a caseworker normally works with about 150 people in a settlement space. That sounds like quite a lot of people, but, you know, people have some small needs and larger needs, and it kind of all balances out. Right now, our guys work with 450 people. When you take away 2 caseworkers, they're going to be working with 878 people per person. That's obviously not doable. There's no question about it. That's not doable. And so we are now working through what we will do. And some of what we'll do is not be able to support everyone. Multicultural Australia has no more dollars coming in either. There will be a group of this cohort who do not have the support they need. So I leave that with you to think about and recognise that we are so incredibly desirous of finding ways to navigate this system. My Catholic Care Board very generously last month approved $100,000 from our reserves to provide some support really for the kind of first 6 months, I guess, of next financial year. We really hope that we have had the opportunity by then to talk to the right people and have funds come. But that's the reality of the challenge that we've got ahead of us. All of us know that people need to learn to do things themselves, and that we don't want it done for us. So we want to sit with them, we want to sit beside them and teach them step by step. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of making Toowoomba such an amazingly welcome place, and for all that you do for the many cohorts that we work with. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kate. Are there any quick questions for Kate?
Very quick.
Councillor McDonald and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Very quick. Thank you through you, Mr Mayor, to Kate. Thank you, Kate, for your compassion and just your energy towards this subject. We really do appreciate that. When funding is distributed, is it worked as a per capita, per settlement person? And if so, is there not a simple arithmetic or value that can be put on the services that are required in each region where settlement takes place, so it is fair and equitable?
Our understanding, can I say, Councillor McDonald, that's probably one of the many mysteries that occur in government funding, but our sense of it is that it's actually based on previous numbers and in terms of supports that are provided. And so the current funding levels that we have were released in 2018, and so they use 2016 data. When John McVeigh and I had spoken and we got that new money, what we had said was, well, it'll be okay because 2020 will have the census and we should have greater numbers, will be much more accurate. Therefore, when we go back to say you need to fund this at a much more reasonable level reflective of the need, we would have had the numbers. Obviously, COVID got in the middle of all of that, so we haven't had the census. So at the moment, their numbers are really based on prior data.
Okay. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Kate, thank you. Would I be correct in interpreting what you're saying as not only has the funding been cut, but the Yazidi cohort are need much more intensive support, so they're much heavier on the system, I guess, for want of a better word. So, you know, it's so critical because not only with the funding cut, but the intensity on the, say, the health system, presenting at ED all the time, and the schools and everything else. Is that a correct interpretation?
100% correct. The reality is that the other parts of the system all say they literally cannot imagine how they're going to manage with us not being there at the level we currently are. We say on average that the Yazidi community, demand about 2.5 times more work than a regular refugee. Please appreciate that I don't mean to be, fickle when I say that, but absolutely, the hour and the demand is huge.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you so much, Kate. And you just do such terrific work at Catholic Care, and everybody who was up on that initial slide does amazing work. Can you give us some information about context here? Is this happening just in the Toowoomba region, or is the funding cut happening across the country? And are there other places that have taken in proportionate numbers of Yazidis like Toowoomba has, or are we unique?
So to the funding question, first of all, essentially there was two buckets of funding. One is called SETS, which stands for Settlement, Engagement, Transition Support, and those dollars are due for renewal at the end of June next year. So everyone would have the similar thing in terms of that being due for renewal. When our numbers were cut, or our dollars were cut so harshly a couple of years ago, we got that interim bucket. Mm-hmm. That interim bucket was very clear, to be fair, that it was going to be a one-off bucket. With the thought that somehow or other we would have found other funding, or that we would have had, the right data to be able to share. So we're the only place that is not going to get muster funding. I guess that is, though, by comparison, there are other places that have only had SETS funding. In terms of the numbers, what we actually know is that, for instance, Mount Gambier has said very clearly that they have had Yazidi cohort, who they were funded for, move to Toowoomba, where the funding has not moved with them.
Yep.
Now, having said that, I certainly wouldn't want to, suggest that the Mount Gambier guys aren't doing great work with those dollars. That would be really unfair, and it's not what I'm saying. But the reality is movement has occurred, and we certainly have not had a rise in funding in response to that.
And if I can just say, if you go back historically, those figures, those numbers of people that were coming here, they were a couple of hundred a year. Absolutely. And 187 a year, and suddenly, without notification to us, there were 900 Yazidis coming here needing more care, and that's when John McVeigh got that money, and I didn't realise it was only for 2 years. But anyhow, we've Kate, you've been to see them down there. My office is arranging a meeting now, and if any of my colleagues who are going to Canberra next week, I certainly will be meeting with the person that we have to meet with. And this is a crisis, as Kate has clearly pointed out. These people are in great need, and of course the process they go through is all coming together, and that's something that the federal government hasn't taken into account. And we believe, we've got 2,800 odd here now. Yep. What numbers go to Brisbane on a yearly basis?
Well, by comparison, we think that the numbers in Brisbane sit at about 1,000.
About 1,000.
In terms of the Yazidi cohort.
And they get money and we don't?
Correct.
Good. That's a point to make. Councillor Von Hoff.
Just a very quick follow-up then, Chair. So do we know, does Minister Karen Andrews have discretion to allocate funding at this point, or is there another process that needs to be tapped?
The contact we have there is a fellow called David Weldon, and I have had a number of... I supported Kate when she went down with an email, and I think it's appropriate that we meet that person in the first instance and just lay on the line the crisis point we're at. This is a crisis point. Don't misunderstand any bit of it. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Kate, for you and Catholic Care's 20-year huge contribution. You mentioned the literacy of the children.
Yes.
I take it the adults are in the same boat, and if so, it's one thing educating or orientating a young child to our language, and it must be a lot harder with an adult. So how are you coping with that? How is TAFE, I suppose, coping with that?
Well, I think you're right, Councillor Shine. It's certainly TAFE who are doing an extraordinary job. What it means in terms of casework that we deliver, it means that we have to write everything down for them. And some of them certainly are doing an amazing job of learning how to read and write. But the reality is we can't presume that's the case. We're typically before they've had greater literacy in terms of refugee cohorts coming through. I have reflected on more than one occasion, if you picked me up from a war zone and put me in a brand new country, I would still be sitting in a corner rocking. So I think that, all of what they do is just extraordinary, but the systems carry the weight of that. Yeah.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Chair. And Kate, thanks for what you and your staff all do. It's amazing work. I just wondered, excuse me, how long since we have received refugees to our city?
A great question. So obviously the borders closed at the end of March last year. We haven't received anyone through international borders. We've only had national migration.
Thank you.
Councillor Carl, final question.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Kate, for your presentation. One question I have is, I can speak for, I have some knowledge. Is it similar to First Nations people where the extended family model is part of the cultural platform in the Yazidi community? Is that an extended family model?
It certainly is, and I guess unlike our beautiful First Nations communities, it's also a closed model, and that causes some challenges. Yeah.
So I'm not going to solve the problems of the world here today, but I don't know, if I were part of advocacy and lobbying for this, I'd suggest the funding model is not best suited to a cultural platform. And you've just mentioned national migration. This will perpetuate this, regardless of international migration in the future. National migration will perpetuate. The problems will be experienced by communities because of this cultural platform of extended family model, and as you suggested, closed in this particular community. I hope there are people like yourselves and others who are advocating to Canberra around a different funding model, not just on the front end. The front end always appears to be the urgency, but in fact, in reality, it's the small part. It's the long-term integration and of these people appropriately into communities where there is it sadly lacks. I suggest the funding models, dare I be as bold to say, broken from a long-term perspective. I really hope and sincerely hope there are people advocating along and recognition, and this is some of the long-term problems that have plagued First Nations people for long decades and decades and decades in this country. In fact, since I was born, before I was born, around this lack of understanding around the cultural platform around extended family model versus nucleus and how people congregate.
We're certainly hopeful that when the funding models are reviewed and renewed come June next year, that we will be able to speak into that space. Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Kate. As has already been said, you're doing an amazing job in this community, and I think we're very lucky, blessed, whatever way you want to couch it, to live in a community like Toowoomba, because no matter where you go, you see people who are helping people, and that seems to be very endemic in our culture. So I'm proud to be here, and I'm sure my colleagues are too, and I'm sure the community is very proud of what you've done, very thankful for what you've done, and no doubt you and I will be having a discussion in the next few days in respect to how we handle our trip to Canberra, and that half an hour or so we'll get to put the case. Thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you very much,
Give her a round
everyone.
of applause, please. Yeah, Amanda. Talk about people who do lots of good work. I'm very taken up with the work that's done by Protea Place. Found a real gap in the community that needed support, and guess what? They've done it, and they've done it particularly well. So, over to you, Amanda.
Thank you for having us along here today. We're really excited to be here and to have this opportunity to speak about Protea Place, what we're doing, what we're aiming to do, and the need that is there. So my name is Amanda Dalton and I am the founder and CEO of Protea Place. We launched in September of 2019, so we're just coming up for our second birthday. And where we're sitting at the moment, I'd have to say thank you to Kate for that wonderful presentation, and certainly there are some striking similarities, I guess, in a lot of the work that we're doing and in a lot of the gaps, and also specifically around funding. So for us, and I might actually also follow in Kate's footsteps and get Wendy to do the clicker for me, if that's okay, please. So what we're doing, as you'll see on the screen, so these stats are actually from January this year through till May. So we've had 920 occasions of women needing support. And as you'll see, I'm not going to read them all out there, but there's a range of different services that we're providing, bearing in mind that we are actually only open 3 days a week to the general public. Monday, Wednesday and Friday we have drop-in, so women can just turn up. They don't need to make an appointment, and they can have a shower, use the laundry, have a beautiful meal, connect in with service and support. On Tuesdays and Thursdays we're by appointment only, and we also do outreach to Oakey each week, and that's going really well out there too. So for us, you know, being a self-start-up, we started with nothing but the support of the Toowoomba community, and we rapidly grew and we continue to grow, and that is without any recurrent government funding. Obviously we are working on all those avenues to secure our future, but as like Kate said, you know, there's just not the funding around, and certainly not anything new coming into our region. So we know that by housing people versus them being chronically homeless, we save more than 6 person per year. So it's more economical, not to mention the human side of it, to be housing people. But when we're in a housing crisis, how do you do that? Well, it's very difficult. This year so far, we have personally housed, so found the accommodation for them and then gone in with our Welcome Home project and completely furnished the properties of at least 26 women. So that's painstaking work. It's not easy, but through the support once again of the Toowoomba community, it is possible. What we're also seeing is women that are stuck in DV refuges, women that have been there for 18 months, 2 years. There's nowhere for them to move on to. So we're providing a lot of support to those women, and in that cohort we have housed 6 specifically coming directly from DV refuges and helping them to set up and start life over again. We've also been assisting some chronically homeless women. So these are women that have been living in parks and living rough for years at a time. Their support needs are quite often very complex. So we're talking a lot of mental health, like significant mental health support needs, addiction, and a lot of trauma. And we've had the opportunity just recently to successfully house a woman who's been chronically homeless on the streets of Toowoomba for 8 years. She has maintained that property to perfection since March this year and is going strong. And she is soon to be joining me on a local steering group as a lived experience for those experiencing homelessness to have her voice in the community. So there's some really amazing stuff happening within the challenges that we're facing every day. Can go to the next one. Thanks, Wendy. So what we're doing to try and help ourselves, rather than sit around and wait for or hope for government funding to fall in our lap, we're doing the hard yards. We're recording the stats and the data. We're speaking to all the right people. But we have just got to be patient, I guess, because the money has not been forthcoming to what we need to continue, not only just to function, but to function really well and to do a great job. So we came up with an idea whereby we would self-fund Protea Place. And what we wanted to do was break that down for the community so that everyone could be involved. Because we'd have a lot of people say to us, I love what you're doing, I'm just not in a financial position to give you a big heap of money. And when you have a lot of people saying that to you, that gives you an idea. Whereby this is a really simple campaign where we can get, if we can get just 2,000 people to donate $20 a month, so $5 a week, the cost of a cup of coffee. Just 2,000 people, ongoing, we can completely fund Protea Place. And we can do it well and we can do it strong. We're not opposed to government funding. We would love government funding. And we think there's definitely a role there for it. But in the meantime, we're not just going to sit back and wait for that to come to us. So that's why we came up with the Protea Place Pledge Partners campaign. The idea behind the campaign is that we're running for 12 weeks. We kicked off on the 1st of June. And the idea is obviously we need to try and attract 2,000 people to pledge their support to Protea Place ongoing. We've had an amazing vehicle, which we had a visit out the front with the councillors this morning. That's been sponsored and donated to us for the period of the campaign by Whipple's Autos. And we have had a number of sponsors come on board to make this possible. As you'll see on the screen, Collier's help and Triple M are behind us on that. So we'll be roving around the streets of Toowoomba. There's a QR code on the side of the car. And what we're hoping to do is just attract a bit of attention and a bit of awareness about what we're doing and the help that we need to be able to keep doing the work that we're doing. Next one, thanks. So how can you help? As councillors and as members of the Toowoomba community, we'd love you to use your voice, to use your ability through social media and your ability through your connections to spread the word of Protea Place and also the pledge. And the pledge is basically we want you to tell everyone. We want you to tell everyone what's for them to get on board and help. I've got a gold pin, a pledge pin here for each of the councillors today. We'd love you to wear your pin, and when you're wearing it and people say, what's that about, you can tell them. We'd love you to make your pledge as members of the community and support for what we do. So you can either click on the QR code and just go straight through, follow the prompts. You can do a one-off or you can do a periodical. And then promote, which is, as I said, to tell your friends. So you pin, you pledge and promote, the 3 simple Ps. As I said, we launched 2 weeks ago today and we're actually on track. I jumped on the system yesterday to have a look. I know I sound surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised. But in another way, I guess I'm just so grateful to the Toowoomba community because so far they haven't let us down, and I don't believe they will this time round either. So we're averaging 3 pledges, 3 people a day signing up to the pledge. If we can continue that momentum and keep that up, we will come in just under the 2,000 people. So I would really love for you to get on board with us, spread the word. It's more than just meals. It's more than just connection. We are housing women. We are creating employment opportunities. We don't just feed people and send them on their way. It's about enabling and empowering people to have the tools for themselves to get their life back on track with the support that they need. And everyone that comes through the door has a very, very specific and different need. Susie and I were talking this morning with a few of the councillors out the front. We are actually seeing women that have never had to come for support. They've never had to approach a support service for any type of help. We're seeing a real shift in the demographic and the types of people that are needing support, and it is just not discriminating. On top of this, we've actually got, we're doing a lot of work in the space with women with addiction and overcoming addiction. We've currently got 4 ladies about to complete a 6-month course up at Sunrise Way, and they are completely smashing it out of the park up there. So the idea is that we are creating sustainable changes in lives and restoring lives. I think that's my last one. That's my last one.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's wonderful, and you know, within this community that I've told Amanda before, she's a bit of a hero of mine. What she thought up for a start, and she actually delivered. And, Susie too, for the work that you do. Are there any questions, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, just thank you, Amanda. So in terms of raising money for charities, often if they're registered in such a way as to be tax deductible.
That's right.
Is this tax deductible?
Yes, absolutely. We have DGR1 status, yep. So fully tax deductible.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Amanda and Susie. Congratulations on all the work that you do. I recall that meeting on the back deck was the beginning of this baby, and look how far it's come. And I'm pleased to be a member, and I just think it's a wonderful organisation. You're doing fantastic things for women who are very much in need, and it's a growing concern for our communities, and I'm just very grateful that you're there providing that support.
Thank you, Nancy.
Any further questions? Not, thank you very, very much. That was great.
Thank you.
We really appreciate, and once again, a demonstration of the compassion that there is in this community, and it come right out of your heart, didn't it?
It did.
We know how it happened.
Speaking
We're very
of heart,
proud.
I have a heart for everyone.
Okay, thanks very much.
So I might guess I'll get them.
Very good indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, before I introduce the guys from the Empire, some of you I know were at Emerge the other night, Emerge Cafe, and there was a figure that I got out of that absolutely knocked me for 6. There was a fellow presenting from Armidale. It was a bit cold for him to come up, so he presented online. And he was saying the cost, you know, the alternative to some of the young people who have gone to Emerge have been taken from a difficult life where they've been incarcerated and all that sort of thing to a new life. And we saw a young man who's going into the army, and there are a couple of others with careers. The point that came out that knocked me for 6 was that it costs $500,000 a year for an incarcerated person, per person. So what great value there is in actually doing something about these things in the early stage. I know it's not relevant to the previous 2 presentations, but for those of us who were there, I think we were quite stunned and directed in the way forward. We ought to be protecting these, doing something to help as many of these young people as we can and not get them into the jail system. Carol?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was unable to get to Emerge the other night. Was that from Backtrack Boys?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Backtrack at Armidale, and
very aware of
they're
them.
doing a lot of work right across wherever they can work. And, you know, what an amazing thought. What an amazing concept. As, you know, we've got that with Pradia Place. But anyhow, thanks very much. Righto. The Empire Theatre. Andrew and Kerry. Might I add, ladies and gentlemen, I was at the Empire the other night for the String Out, and I misread my diary and I went a little early, but I went for an inspection of the work that Council's done. And it is really becoming a very beautiful place, a very functional place, and something that we ought to be proud of it. And I then had the good fortune on Saturday to run into Ross Miller, who, of course, this community owes a lot to for his courage in making sure that Empire Theatre was kept for the future. So, over to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and as we say internally, it's all Ross's fault. because if it wasn't
No, it's
for
not Ross's fault.
if it wasn't for the leadership that he showed 20, 30 odd years ago, we wouldn't have
legacy.
the amazing legacy that is left. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Andrew Viland. I'm the chair of the Empire Theatre, and along with Kerry Saul, the general manager, we'll be giving you an update as to how things are progressing with the Empire Theatre. If we talk firstly relating to the impact of the pandemic, and obviously everyone throughout all the community has been impacted. In our world, we were closed for 110 days, a very long 110 days, as I'm sure Kerry would attest to. Unfortunately, during that time that we had to let go our casual staff, but we were so grateful to receive support from a number of areas within government. And I just wanted to place on the public record our sincere appreciation that the support that the Toowoomba Regional Council provided us, not only financially, but also in dealing with the officers and councillors during that time as well. So thank you very much. We certainly wouldn't be in the position we are today without the support that you gave us during that time. Also the Queensland Government, and I'd also like to pay tribute to the support that the Empire Theatres Foundation provided us as well, and allowing us to reopen as we did back in June, which was frankly pretty scary at the time, but we progressed along. And as you can see in the slide, by November 2020, we were able to re-establish ourselves at 100% capacity. There was a period of time that during that June to November period that we were the largest operating theatre in Queensland. So that in itself, I think, is a pretty strong testament to the work that Kerry and his team has done. However, we're not through the pandemic without stating the obvious. And we've seen a couple of occasions, most recently with John Butler, and I think also with Kitty Flanagan, whereby when we're having these snap lockdowns, performers are finding it difficult to come here. And in the past, I think the community found that pretty difficult, but dare I say it, I think we're starting to get used to it. Certainly, hopefully it's not a long-term thing, but we're being able to adapt, and our patrons are adapting to that as well. And certainly the use of that Queensland QR check-in code has been very useful as well. And as things start returning to, dare I say it, normal, our staffing numbers continue to improve as well. From a financial position, the 2020-21 budget, we are operating within budgeted expectations, which means we expect to make a loss. Can't quantify what that loss will look like to you, but it's certainly looking, from my own perspective, it's looking better than what I expected that loss to be. I'm not suggesting that a loss is a great outcome, but if you consider the environment which we're operating in, certainly the numbers I'm seeing at the moment are quite positive. And as Kerry's notes here in the presentation, if we look at 21-22 and the budget that's just been provided to Council, we're looking at around a 75% recovery back to where we were pre-pandemic. So like a lot of organisations, it won't just sort of snap back immediately. It will be a slow, steady return to business as our community embraces the performances that we're putting on. But from a financial position, we are in a sound position. And again, that's in large part due to the support that you provided us last year. And with that, I'll hand over to Kerry to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Good morning, councillors, Mayor. Our community benefit value. During the period up till March the 31st, Empire Theatre supported local schools to present their offerings in the main theatre when they were unable to present in their own spaces. ET ensured that community hirers were not unreasonably disadvantaged through to the end of March by providing greatly reduced rentals to cope with lesser numbers of attendees and the need to socially distance audiences. During the period, we provided 2 national touring schools events, being the Gruffalo and 91-storey Treehouse, to an audience of more than 3,300 children and parents. Also during the period, we enabled local artists to receive income by presenting shows as part of the reopening cycle of events assisted by Queensland Government. Our fees and charges continue to reflect a significant discount for local community hirers compared to commercial outcomes, and that's part of our CSO, and we're really proud of that. I've just note from Kate's presentation, Empire Projects has been doing English as second language classes in schools for a number of years when schools have asked us to be there. It's an arts-based program that started with the Sudanese, and I think in Wilsonton is actually operating with the Yazidi people. So it's nice to be a part of that, that diverse activity in the city. Artlands. Artlands is one of the largest arts conferences in Australia and is run by Regional Arts Australia. This year's conference will be hosted in Tasmania and will include remote hubs. The Empire Theatre will be the Queensland-based regional hub where we will host a 3-day event that will give attendees the opportunity to engage with the conference virtually as well as with local speakers and performers. The event is being supported by South West Queensland RASN, which is an entity we operate, Toowoomba Regional Council, RADF and the Empire Theatre. It's very cool for local artists to be able to make their way to this particular event, and I know already we've got interest around Queensland for people that will be coming here, even though some of it's virtual, some of it's live, but it should be a wonderful event. The Regional Arts Services Network, councillors will know that we've been running the Regional Arts Services Network in South West Queensland for nearly 3 years. We're coming to the end of the 3-year contract. It's been highly valuable for the wider region and locally with projects such as Live and Local, which is with the Toowoomba City Council, Toowoomba Artists Footprint, and most recently, the Creative Business Champions has been launched, and we'll stay involved with that till the end of December. Now, the Creative Business Champions is a mentor program provided by high-level artists across Queensland that anybody can be a part of. So if you're in the arts industry or not and you want to be a part of it, you can actually become a mentee in live music, in culture, in media marketing, all sorts of different things. So I encourage you to have a look and to put it out to your groups. It's rasn.org.au/CBC/. It's not on the thing, but I'm sure we can find it for you if you would like to have a look. The Toowoomba Arts Footprint was something that's ongoing, and it's been a artist-in-resident program offering a guaranteed short-term income to 3 artists and artisans. And I know some of the councillors saw Felicity's work, who is a Indigenous artist who's done a recent weaving thing, and we had a little launch at the Armitage Centre. The rear stage refurbishment, as the Mayor's noted, looks pretty amazing. The operable wall between the stage and studio is now completed, with other works which don't impact our operations continuing. This process still sees us limited by the 2 square metre rule. When we were able to go back to 100% capacity with fixed seating, we're not able to go to 100% capacity for our rooms if it's not reserved and fixed seating. So we still operate with everybody else in the community on a 2 square metre rule. However, with the increase of stage size, by opening the operable wall into the studio, we can now get 340 people on stage for dinner, even in this circumstance. And once we're allowed to be unencumbered, we'll be able to do stage dinners with up to 500 people on stage and be able to turn them over in a day. Previously, 500 has taken us a 4-day output. So it's wonderful. The backstage ancillary areas are now fully compliant again and provide increased accessibility across dressing rooms, rear stage entry and all that sort of thing. And I do commend the council on continuing to look after the facility that's the Empire Theatre from an infrastructure point of view. We have a great relationship as far as an operating company goes, but we wouldn't have that if the building wasn't being maintained, and it certainly is. And we'll say thank you for that. And that's us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Kerry and Andrew. Are there any questions from anybody? I think probably like many of you, when I go into that Empire Theatre, I think of legacy. I think of the chances that there were that would have been knocked down. I also think of the fact that it has a degree of community ownership by way of an independent board, and I also like that, and I think bringing the expertise from the town around to help us run something so special. And there are many, many people, visiting artists, that I've heard the feedback from that think it's just great. I think it's the best regional theatre in Australia, so that's the legacy we've been left. And that's the legacy that we have our hands on at this point in time as a group of councillors. Any questions? Well, thanks, guys. Thank you very much for coming in, and keep up the good work.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Councillors, we move to item 8, which is the reception of reports, and the first report that comes to council is item 8.1, the Planning and Development Report. There are 4 matters there. Anybody wishing to take any of those matters out for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover? Receipt of that report, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, a seconder in Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to the Water and Waste Committee, where there are 3 matters before us today: Highfields and Maringadan Sewerage Catchment, the North Toowoomba Sewerage Catchment Study Planning Report, and of course a confidential matter. Anyone wishing to take any of those out for separate consideration? Not? Would someone move the receipt of that report? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Councillor Summerfield has seconded. Those in favour? The motion is carried. We move then to the Infrastructure Committee report, where there are a number of matters, and that is the area where Councillor James O'Shea has declared an interest, which has been dealt with by Council.
No.
Environment. 8.3, infrastructure.
This is infrastructure.
Sorry.
We've got one item, Mr.
Only
Mayor.
got one item.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got my notes.
If there's no comment,
Right, there's one item.
Yeah.
So do we have a mover?
Yes,
Sorry
thank
about
you.
that. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? It's carried. Right, we move then to where I got to, ahead of schedule, item 8.4, Environment Community Committee. And this is where Councillor James has declared an interest, which has been dealt with by Council, and the decision was that you stay in the room. You're able to vote. There are 7 matters there. Item 3, which is Pioneer Park and Bungee. Item 4 is authorisation of biosecurity surveillance program. Item 5 is the community grant program, sports tourism. Item 6 is core community support program, and item 7 is the terms of reference for a multicultural advisory committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out? Councillor McMahon.
Item 7, thanks, Chair.
Okay. We'll deal with the other items without item 7. Someone like to move the receipt of those? Sorry? And 5 is dealt with separately. Sorry. So we're dealing with items 3, 4 and 6. 3, 4 and 6. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor McMahon, second to Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? That's carried. Okay, we'll move then to item 5, Community Grants Program, Sports Tourism Event Approval, May 21. Dealt with separately. You're happy to move? A seconder, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor. We'll be recording the division here. Those in favour? It's carried. You're right, Wendy? Yep. We'll move then to item 7, terms of reference for the Multicultural Advisory Committee. It's been, do I have a mover for that? Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Do you wish to speak at all, Councillor?
Chair, I just procedurally...
Wish to speak first, Councillor O'Shea?
No.
No.
I just
reserve
pulled
your
this
right.
out for a procedural matter. I voted against what I thought was an amendment to the motion. It was actually the entire motion. I just wanted to pull it out to put my voting for it on record. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, no further discussion. I'll put that to the vote. Those are in favour? That's been carried without dissent. Right, that's that matter completed. Move then to Finance and Business Strategy, where there are 2 matters, community meeting rooms and the sale of land for arrears of rates. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Shine. Any questions? Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to the Economic Development Report, where there were no matters dealt with. Would someone like to move the receipt of that, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Matters carried. Councillors, we'll move then to the monthly performance statement. Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. Mr Mayor, I'm presenting the Executive Performance Statement for the period ending 31st of March. The 31st of May. The May implications, page 18 of 100 on board books. We know that water rate notices were due for payment by the 25th of May. So payment of the notices by the 25th of May ensured that the full 10% discount was received. And we know we're tracking very well with them rates, and that completes our full charging for this financial year. Capital Works continues to be a challenge to deliver 130 million delivered to the end of May, with almost 62 million committed in the form of issued purchase orders from council. Moving along to page 23 of 100, if we just look at the consolidated financial performance statement, and I'll just take you through the budget and actual variances there. As I said, all rates and charges have now been issued. There is a $1 million variance there, and very much business as usual. We are 4.6% variance with rates arrears, actual rates arrears, so we are on track to achieve our target at less than 5% at the 30th of June. As I've mentioned previously to councillors, we were surprised to see an increase in water consumption in the final water reading cycle, and that accounts for that $1 million variance there. Fees and charges, so the full year budget has been achieved up to the end of May, so it's a very strong result. We're seeing that in water infrastructure services, connection fees and private works, construction and maintenance, again private works, and development services, higher actual sum budget due to fees received from federal government building incentives. Interest still remains a challenge with our historically low interest rates, so very hard to achieve a figure there. If we look at our grants and subsidies, the variance there is as a result of disaster recovery works, which are behind budget due to the wet weather conditions. So this body of work, so income and expenditure, will be carried over to the next financial year. And moving down then to the operational expenditure. So you can notice there, councillors, that labour is tracking at 7.6% below budget. At this point in time, there's 140 vacancies in council. We are experiencing that it's most definitely an employees' market at the moment, and it is difficult. It has been proven difficult to fill some of those vacancies. Materials and services, $2 million below budget. Specifically there, transport drainage planning, we're looking at our electricity as $1 million below budget. That's due to a reduction in tariffs and also due to the replacement of street lights with LEDs. And again, the under expenditure in the flood recovery works, as I mentioned, so the income and expenditure are offset there. Depreciation, so last month councillors' depreciation wasn't tracking to budget, so we have finalised capitalisation for the year and the relevant depreciation, so that one there is back to a 0% variance. And moving on to capital, so capital income overall is just a 1% variance there, 528 Ks. Sale of assets below budget, the most significant variance there, 600,000. So we have a significant number of assets will be disposed over the next, for the rest of June and July. Our light vehicles are being retained longer than was anticipated due to some quality issues around the replacements. And capital expenditure, so total expenditure to the end of May is 130 million. So as I mentioned last month, councillors, we have got challenges in delivering the Capital Works programme. And over the last couple of weeks, we have delivered in excess of 10 million. So that figure this morning is over 140 million. So as anticipated, we've filled some critical vacancies. We have up to 30 weeks lead time for the delivery of materials. So we're starting to see that improving slightly, but it's still a significant challenge. If just that 32 million, just to break it down by group, so within financial services, finance and business strategy, 1 million underspent. That is in the CI Anywhere, and we've deferred that programme while we're moving to a cloud environment. Water and waste services is approximately 14 million underspent. Environment and community services 9 million, infrastructure services 4 million, and fleet and logistics 2 million. So continuing to closely monitor those figures. So happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Anne-Marie, for your report. Just commenting, I suppose, on the only lights that we own are in the CBD and the impact that changing those to LED has made, and it will make to the life of that infrastructure as well. So I guess that our investment, and perhaps we should look at a program to change, maybe our lights at our facilities, and I'm sure we are. Yeah. So just commenting on that being a saving, and probably we had thought we'd get our investment back over a number of years, and it would be interesting to see how long it will take for that saving to pay off what we've actually expended. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield?
I just can't help myself, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to talk about the CapEx again. If you look at that, originally it was 215 million at the beginning of this budget season, and it's now down to 162 million is the revised budget, and it looks like 140 million, maybe a little bit more is going to be spent for the financial year. So there's a really big gap there, and I am really hopeful that next year we have a better outcome in relation to CapEx delivery.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question and the comment. We have various measures in place as an executive team to how we can improve the delivery of the Capital Works programme.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move that the monthly performance statement be received, please? Councillor Shine, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move now to group reports, item 10, starting with planning and development. Stuart.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors.
Hi, Stuart.
Wasn't sure whether I'd be here this morning or not. I, along with Councillor Megan, had a shot yesterday for COVID, and I'm still feeling good. I recommend it for everybody. Strategic planning and economic development. We're continuing to find people attracted to the creative CBD trials, which is where we're placing various small businesses into some of the vacant premises that we still have in the CBD area in particular. And the latest one is the Rare Squid Creative, a multimedia design and marketing agency. They opened as an office and gallery space at 138 and 140 Margaret Street. Rare Squid Creative will pair its regular marketing services with an artist to run initiatives to host art exhibitions and run creative workshops with various members of the public. It's quite an interesting concept, actually. TRC staff from the strategic planning area and economic development area participated in the Darling Downs Southwest Regional Infrastructure Plan workshop. It was set up by the government, the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, about the new state infrastructure strategy plan. I think there's been a bit of a briefing of Council on that, and I think certainly we'll be bringing more back to Council in regard to what that infrastructure strategy means to us. And the Mayor and General Manager for the Planning Group attended the SEQ Regional Planning Advisory Committee on the 19th, and we heard from various mayors and the Deputy Premier about various issues that are listed there. And it is interesting that the Mayor has mentioned a couple of times already that there's been some talk about the level of the infrastructure charge at the moment. I think it's fair to say that there's probably a bit of a divide there. Some probably feel that it might be right and at the right level. Others think it's not enough to provide council with the money to provide for infrastructure. So I guess that'll come out in the wash eventually. The only other issue I might refer to, and it came through as a question from a couple of councillors, was the infrastructure charges notices that have gone out in May amounted to only $164,264, basically a lot less than the trend. And the question was basically why that is such a small figure. And it just happens to be that you do get that occasionally. Not every development application ends up with a notice going out, and it's just happened to fall that way. We'll probably find that in June there'll be another kick up, but I guess looking along, we had going back to November, so we had 8.9 million notices, value of notices sent out. In December it was 2.7, so there's a fair vary there, 2.7 million. Then January we had 424,000, then back in February it was 3.2 million basically, and then 7.4 million in March and 7.1 million in April. So it does jump around a bit depending on particularly the developments that impact the notices that go out are the approvals of subdivisions, of RALs, and they tend to kick it along a bit, but hopefully that explains that what might appear to be an irregularity. Are there any questions?
Questions for the GM, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just going back to the Creative CBD trial program, it's fairly ambitious aims there, growing the creative economy, support commercial property owners, reduce CBD vacancy rate, increase the diversity and vibrancy of the Toowoomba city centre. Apart from the rare squid creative example that is listed there, what other achievements have been are there to date?
There's another art centre in the centre. What I might do is take that on notice and get the actual names of those businesses for you, rather than try and guess them here.
Yeah, no, thank you. How long has it been going for?
The program?
Yep.
Since during the last budget.
Okay, thank you.
Period.
Mr Mayor, if I might just make a comment to answer Councillor Shine. So we, this is the second one. So we've got that Alexandra Lawson Gallery over here in Ruthven Street, and I was going to make a comment that the officers who have been coordinating this with Renew mentioned at the Creative Squid launch that there aren't the availability of shop fronts that sort of appear to be available. Like there's less available because they've either got things coming into them, or the owners aren't prepared to have this program. So even though there looks as though there's a lot of vacant shops, they're really finding it difficult to find places to go to. But I was in that Rare Squid yesterday, and they're just about to have a sci-fi murder mystery creative night there. So if you go down and get yourself a ticket, but there's also local artists' product in there. So it's at the GPO. So fantastic if you could go and support it. Yeah.
Any further
the
questions?
Renew program has been extended for another 6 months, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions, Councillor Von Hoff?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Stuart. Thanks, Stuart. Page 2 of 3 of your report, 25 on board books. You state that there were 19 pre-lodgement requests received in May and 6 meetings held. And you know, my understanding is that those pre-lodgement meetings are helpful for the developers, but also helpful for council because it sort of smooths the path later in the process. Are those numbers reasonable for month on month? And if so, can you see a way forward where there are more of those pre-lodgement meetings held in the same month that the requests come through?
Yes, try and arrange for the meetings within 10 days of the request. And certainly if that request comes in earlier in the month, then we can certainly accommodate it in that month. But often they do slip over to the next month. Yep. But we're certainly achieving the 10-day turnaround. That's not an issue.
Okay.
Hasn't been an issue to this point in time.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Further questions? No further questions. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carl, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Motion is carried.
Thanks,
we move then to
councillors.
water and waste services. Damien?
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, it's very pleasant this morning to set the alarm. I didn't need to wait for it. I heard some thunder rolling in. It did come in, that storm cell did come in over the catchments. We only got about 6 mil, but every little bit counts. Councillors, at the end of May, the combined dam storage is just sitting under 31%, 30.9. If you go over into the water project services there, you can actually see the vision, the images there of the Perseverance pump station. We've now got the 2 high lift pumps and the 2 low lift pumps in, and councillors will be going out to go and see that asset in early July. Operationally, that's been going through commissioning testing, Mr Mayor, and should we need it, that is now available to be turned back on, although not handed back to water operations as the moment. As I go across, there's some images there of the Gowrie Creek trunk sewer upgrade. That's an aged asset and it's being replaced. That takes the majority of the flow out to Watala. It's a very important piece of kit as it takes the sewage along the creek side there, Mr Mayor. We've got some smoke testing going on in Pittsworth, Cambodia and Toowoomba that will ultimately end up with identified errors or illegal connections or stormwater connections that we'll rectify in due course. Mr Mayor, in waste services there, I look at the landfill gas. We're doing some agreements with Ergon for the connection of that landfill. So that will take fugitive gases out of the Bedford Street landfill and use them to power about 60% of Watala's energy requirements. And very nice to see the Clyton Tip Shop opened and had proven successful. In the first month, it's diverted about 12.8 tonnes of material that would otherwise have ended up in landfill. Mr Mayor.
Okay, questions? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thanks, Damien. On page 29 of board books, which is 3 or 4 of the report, I see there that it says pumping of the 10 gigalitres is complete for this financial year. That's the water that we move up from Wivenhoe into Cresbrook. So that's very pleasing. And the question is, so that now we're offline, we'll do the routine maintenance. When can we expect to see pumping resume, please?
We'll resume on the 1st of July when our entitlement comes back to us, Councillor, and when we've got the budget for running the pumps and to purchase the water from Wivenhoe.
Okay, thank you. And a second question, if I might, please, Chair. Also on page 29 of board books, the smoke testing happening in Pittsworth, Cambodia and Toowoomba, and you talked about how that's going to be used to find if there's illegal connections and so forth. Some of us councillors have been contacted over time from residents, particularly around Cambodia, with issues with the network there. Do you foresee that smoke testing could also be used to identify a capacity issue, and then that would inform our capital works programs and our operational programs?
Smoke testing doesn't really help with capacity. We have a known dimension of the pipes, so we have hydraulic models which work out the effluent flows, and we have pump stations in them. So we understand the flows of effluent, and which is coming through the stormwater, and that's which is coming through the sewer, sorry, and that is how we determine that, along with the growth planning of when we need to do upgrades, and we bring those reports through council in order to get those qualifying trunk infrastructure into the LGIP and etc.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just concerned about the Wivenhoe Dam level. I think I've raised this before, and I don't think you are overly concerned about dropping of levels in the Wivenhoe Dam, but as we're aware, the rainy season has gone now, and the level of Wivenhoe hasn't, as I understand it, appreciably increased. Do you continue not to have any concerns over the guarantee of a supply of water from Wivenhoe into the future?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. The combined storage for South East Queensland is sitting at 60.8%. As of this morning. I have no concerns that we will be asked to reduce our usage and reliance on the Wivenhoe Dam, and indeed SEQ Water has fully budgeted in the use of our entitlement, our 10 gigalitres that we would like to take next year into their demand models. I have no concerns that SEQ Water would be asking us to throttle back.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No further questions? Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? The Water and Waste Services report. Councillor Von Hoffer, seconded. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Damien. Move now to Infrastructure Services. Mike.
Morning, councillors. Through you, Mayor. Just a quick update with my GM hat on. Obviously, just the innovation, just noting the different sort of techniques that we're using across the region with different projects. In this case, constructing what is quite a major culvert structure on the Kayla Road, and it's what the team uses there, what they call a steel soldiers vertical support system. And that just is an effective and efficient way of, when you've got significant concrete wall structures to build. So just giving a bit of an insight into that. Through transport and drainage, through the month of May, we had the opening of the Royal Flying Doctor Service media launch there at the Toowoomba City Airdrome Terminal. So that was run by Rotary and RFTS in fact, so it was a fairly, with COVID restrictions and that, they worked on a fairly small gathering at this point in time. They hope to do more of a community event at some point in the future. Similarly, through May at the airport, the David Hack Classic went off this year. It was postponed or cancelled last year. But to all of my understanding, a very successful event this year, which was always good to see. Across the construction maintenance teams, a lot of work happening as we're trying to wrap up a lot of work before the end of the financial year. That said, it's not without its challenges, and be it procurement of materials and many other issues that are happening out in the current construction market. You would have seen today the significant dollar value and commitments that council has across the board, though the capital capex is realised on ground, the cash is lower than we'd like. The commitments are pretty high. But going through there's projects such as Roberts Road, Linthorpe there. It's one that came through by a council report about 12 months ago, or maybe not even that, to council. That project's all but near finished. It's good to see the work at the library, the piano keys and all that nice paintwork that we do now on the road to pretty things up, but there for a particular reason in this case, to make it safe for our pedestrians and cyclists alike. That said, coming through, note that the Victoria Street bus stops at Grand Central have been relocated through May, and hopefully on, for example, mornings like this where we get a bit of a storm through, it makes it that little bit better for people catching the bus. Look, that's just a quick overview through you, Mr Mayor. Happy to take any queries.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Must be a good question. She's smiling.
No, you just look at me and the hand goes up. So we've got a cadence here. Through you, Chair, to Mike. Thank you, Mike, wearing your ISG hat. Page 2 of 9 of your report, 32 on board books, you talked about council officers met with senior TransLink reps to discuss a range of public transport matters, including smart ticketing.
Yep.
And I'm not entirely sure what smart ticketing means, but I'm hoping that it has something to do with the fact that nobody carries cash anymore and they won't need to for public transport. Can you provide some more information about that, please?
Yeah, no, happy to do that, Councillor Von Hoff. When the review here occurred a few years ago, we were hoping that we'd be moving to go-card straight away with that uplift in services that we had. Unfortunately, TransLink for this area decided not to and kept with cash. So since then we've been working with the state government to try to encourage them very much to bring in what was go-card, but then as a trial for smart ticketing, which is the new generation go-card approach that will come from government. It's actually going to be quite significant change in it won't, well, it's likely to be quite a significant change from the typical go-card approach, so that you may have much broader use of existing credit card type approach. So there is looking at that system, and they're hoping to have it implemented or introduced into Toowoomba by the end of, I think they've indicated, 2022. That said, we're on sort of a in line with what will probably happen in Brisbane and other areas around the southeast and across Queensland. So we hope through 2022 that we'll get some clearer indication of when it will.
Thank you.
Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Tempted to make a joke about adopting the MOS standards there at 139, but I might be the only one who's laughing. Mike, on that same page and the same topic as Councillor Von Hoff, can you explain what the on-demand transport options for the Highfields area, what does that mean?
Yeah. Look, this is, for some time now, we've been encouraging TransLink to have more of a Kango type service, more available across our whole city and environs, which means it's you can make a call into a centre, and it's not that the bus will turn up there, but they know that where you are, and makes it a lot easier and more effective and efficient in the running of the service, but also surety for people catching those sorts of services. Now, the Kango service runs typically in East Toowoomba here. It's been running for many years, and it runs regularly close to full, and customers are very happy with it, and it's a style of service that the government, state government again, have been looking at in more trials, and that in southeast corner down, I think Logan and other areas, and we've been highly encouraging of them to be called a trial, pilot, whatever, but start running something further here. You know, you see a lot of our big buses around the city only with a couple of people on, and we strongly believe smaller, more focused services would get better patronage. Encouraging the state on board with this is an endless journey at this point in time, but there's light at some of the ends of the tunnel.
Can I just follow up from that, Mike? So the Kango are state run?
Yes.
Yes, it's just a different style of service.
Yeah, it's called the Kango service, that one. It is a poncho style bus. If you look at the shape of the bus and that, it has that sort of shape to it. That's why it's called that. Yep.
Okay. Not sure.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. Just on that, if I could mention that Eastern one was a trial when it was instituted about 12 or 14 years ago,
Yeah,
so
quite a long
perhaps
time.
the time for the trial might well have
No, it's not a trial, no.
expired. And encourage you to continue your representations to the for Highfields and other areas. My question, though, is on page 38 of Broadbooks, the Russell Street streetscape refresh. Just wondering whether that's on schedule. What would be the expected date of the completion of the western side of Ruffin Street?
Generally speaking, it's running close to schedule. I think it's potentially about a fortnight behind the original schedule, but it's we're still aiming for around about an end of October completion. So that's always been the case. So we're looking at being able to pick up a little bit of time there as the project continues to progress. So the team's things are going pretty well down there presently. So obviously, things will continue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor James O'Shea, then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mike. My question's similar to what's on the same topics been asked before around those conversations with TransLink. I think it's quite, timing-wise, is probably a good time to be having these conversations because we're on the cusp of our next sustainable transport strategy, correct? And I think that this is a key part of it, is the next targets that we set around public transport. Obviously, knowing that the overall issue with public transport again is that it's not in council's control. However, I think if these conversations are being had now, and there is some form of appetite around, as you mentioned, what we've sort of been asking or requesting for a number of years, can come to fruition now, it's probably pretty good timing to fit in with the update of council's next sustainable transport strategy. Would that be correct?
Yeah, look, it is aligning. We're hoping actually to have a information session to council. I think it's in July on the Sustainable Transport Strategy Review. So that's planned. I think it's already in the system. So that'll happen, and that'll give council that opportunity to have more input into that. But yeah, the alignment's positive from that perspective. In that, the smart ticketing, maybe some on-demand services and these sorts of things, which we've been, if we look at that strategy, that was 2014, and, we've been, a number of times every year to the state government through various avenues to try to get them to come on board with developing our network and that here. And for that matter, they have taken one major step with the increase in services around, 2016 or so? 17. But 17, around that time. Hopefully these more modern technology and modern approaches to transport can come through with this next phase over the next year or two.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a few things. Just on that, the Kango, yes, you're right, Councillor Kerry, it was a trial, but it's been a service for quite a long time. It's been tried to be taken off us, but the community loves it, and we see it as being something that should be a model for the future. We seem always to be missing out on the trials that they've had. They've had one in Beenleigh, I think, and one up in Rockhampton, and we've put our hands up for those many times, but we never seem to be picked up for that. But hopefully in the future, just a comment on that, in that the growth in our community demand since 2014, including if you just listen to a presentation by Kate about our multicultural community, you know, who need to use public transport, it's huge changes that have happened in our community since 2012-14. But that's not what I wanted to comment on. The flood recovery through you to Mike, in that this morning I dropped the car off to Whipples and was held up there for quite some time by a lady who's got a road that's part of the flood recovery. And I just note that people out there, I know it was February 2000 event, and we understand in this room how the Reconstruction Authority is now set up, and that, you know, it has to be all put in and approved and whatever. So I'm just asking through you to Mike that we put some press out and some communications out that our community hasn't been forgotten, that we are working our way through these as per the guidelines that we've had put down there. And I think that, you know, if you're looking at it as an ordinary person at a 2020 event, and we understand why it's put that way, why it's been made that way, but I think that it is a bit hard for our community to understand. And I'd like to reassure them, and with some press around that and social media around that, that we are doing the best we can and we're working through it, and they will be looked after. The second thing is that I went over to the pub at Cambodia last night, as is my wont on a Monday night, for the wonderful barramundi that's there, and I had 3 compliments on the pathway that has been put up there in Eaton Street, which is up near the hotel in that park, and particularly in the wet weather and others, they're very appreciative of that work, as I'm sure they are in Clifton as well, where we've done quite a bit of footpath work. So please pass on those comments back to our team. Thanks, Mike, to the Transport and Drainage Planning team. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Any other questions? Mike, I spent a bit of time in Cecil Plains, as Councillor Melissa did on last Saturday. It was very enjoyable. But it brought to my mind the difficulty there has been with the road from Cecil Plains to Moonee, which is now becoming a road of far more significance in terms of its use. It does take significant time for those who come to Moonee, from Moonee and beyond, who want to come to Toowoomba. So it takes probably an hour off that time. Significant work's been done to parts of it, and so consequently there's a lot of fairly heavy vehicles, multi-trailered vehicles using that road. It is a local road of regional significance, I understand.
Yeah.
I guess it would be too much to ask for the state government to take some more responsibility, deeming that in the same way that they deem the road from Cecil Plains to Toowoomba, because it is developing to a major connector. So I just wonder what the process is involved in that, and how we can better recognise the needs of that particular road.
Yeah, I can take that element on as a question notice and look into what it would to take it from where it is today to a state section of road. But that said, we do get, being a local road of regional significance, it has allowed us, probably not so much recently, but in past years, to invest a fair bit of our TIDS funding and different things to that. We did a significant stretch over probably a 3 or 4 year period, I think, there, where we did significant improvements, basically on our side of the boundary from Western Downs. That said, we worked very closely with Western Downs in respect to them concurrently, or in the preceding years to that, they were doing some upgrades on their side. So there's been a collaborative approach, again, on that link to see that upgraded. I haven't looked at it that too much just recently, but I think we also have further improvements in the outer years of our 10 years capital works program, for it to be some further ongoing development or investment through what could be a TIDS program. That said, I'm happy to take on the query on board and look at that. The other element we can look at is the heavy vehicle safety, productivity and safety program, which with the federal government, and they have been quite supportive of a number of initiatives that we've put forward in recent years. So I'd be happy to look at it from that perspective too and see what.
Maybe there's an opportunity for us to to work with Western Downs as well, because historically, every time a bit of the road was improved to some degree, and I suppose 40 years ago it was a bush track. It's gradually been improved, and ever since then, as it's improved a bit, the traffic flow increases, and along with the traffic flow increase comes the danger, and of course the remoteness of that road too from facilities. It's a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to support your comments there. Actually, as we say, it is a LARS road, Local Road of Regional Significance, and it is a big haul route now. Our council has put money on there in the past, and as you said, every time you do some work there, the traffic count increases. It makes perfect sense for it to link up with the Toowoomba Cecil Plains and then over to the Moonee. It makes perfect sense. Western Downs have spent quite a lot of money on their road, and they've finished their work on their section of the Cecil Plains to Moonee Road, and that they've done as we have over the years. We have still got, as the General Manager mentions, a couple of sections to do where there's a bit of drainage issues and to consider, but I would support that application that the state take some responsibility for that road. It makes perfect sense that it goes from Toowoomba Cecil Plains and then over to the Moonee, which is also a state-controlled road. So I think we should continue with that, but I support the comment there. It is very, very heavily used now, as opposed to even before we did our work on that road, which would have been about 10 years ago, I think, when we first started upgrading that.
Yeah, there was a period of about 3-4 years that we had ongoing projects.
We did about 3 sections, I think, Mr Brady, wasn't it? Yes. So it's a very very important connector for the heavy haul industry.
Okay, any further questions? Mike, maybe some stats on that road too, which may be available, may not be available, might help us, and particularly around the percentage of heavy vehicles.
Yeah.
And, for anyone coming in from St George or one of those routes, or Tara and beyond, Moonee, it's a pretty convenient road to get to Toowoomba, and it would be good if we could...
Yeah, no, happy to take that as question notice.
Okay, any further questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that, please, of Mike's report? Councillor Melissa, Councillor Carroll, those in favour? That's carried. We move then to Environment and Community Services. Nick. Next one.
Morning, Mayor Paul. Good morning, councillors.
Good morning.
Councillors, I just thought that I would highlight a couple of areas of note in the group report, those being the completion of a couple of projects in our Parks and Recreation Services area. So you'll note in the report there the completion of installation of new irrigation system for playing fields at the Kingsthorpe Recreation Reserve. That work is the result of a petition that was tabled some time ago, and work has been explored, scheduled, scoped and budgeted by councillors nearing completion now. And also the practical completion for the building construction for the Nellie Robinson Amenities Renewal Project, which will be officially opened in conjunction with a large netball carnival on this weekend. And in our disaster management team area, councillors, I thought worthwhile to highlight the work that goes on year-round in preparing not only our organisation but community for dealing with natural disasters, and in this instance bushfire. So there's a Crow's Nest Emergency Services Day was held, as was an Emergency Services Day for the Toowoomba Escarpment at Webb Park on the weekend just gone, and also our staff undertaking fireground awareness training in consultation with RFS and the like, so that our staff are educated and aware about how to engage in the instance that we're faced with an emergency disaster situation. So lots of work goes in all year round to make sure that we are prepared should the worst occur. So, councillors, a couple of highlights, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Chair.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Just in relation to the park strategy, Queen's Park Master Plan implementation, like most people in Toowoomba, I'm aware of the Viral Cars amenity building project, which you can't miss going up Margaret Street, but I'm personally not aware of what's happening at the Botanic Gardens amenity building. Can you perhaps give us a little bit of insight as to what that is and where it's at?
Sure, thanks. Thanks for the question, Councillor Shine, through you, Chair. The Botanic Gardens amenity building is located between the Botanic Gardens and the Queen's Park proper at the end of the street. That's the name of the street that I'm thinking of, Godsall Street, towards the end of the Godsall Street and up in the middle of the park there. And so it's a refurbishment project, replacement project, the same as the Virula Cars that's occurring. So that facility was needed upgrade. So it'll be completed as part of the identified works of our overall Queen's Park Master Plan implementation.
If I might, the Virula Cars is a new building, it's not a replacement, is it?
That's correct. It's a new building. The old building will be demolished. And
the old building being what, toilets?
The old toilets, yes, that's right. Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
So we're up to the last, I think it's worth noting, this is the last stage of this upcoming financial year, 21-22, is our last stage of the Queen's Park Master Plan implementation works.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. One comment. 2 questions. Can I share your enjoyment of the Kingsthorpe Park upgrade? I was standing on those sports fields about a year ago with Councillor O'Shea and yourself, and some quite big rifts in that, and it's good to see the field completed and the irrigation put in, and it's a tremendous asset to the community. Nick, the one about the cemetery where we're going along and putting the our Defence Force personnel and giving them some grave recognition on their gravesite, those who are ex-servicemen. I think it's a tremendous initiative. Is that where's that come from, and is there going to be press done about this?
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. That project's a partnership project with the Toowoomba RSL, and our cemetery services team worked with the Toowoomba RSL to identify those graves that were unmarked, and we've assisted with the funding application, which was successful. The RSL did do a story on it a couple of weeks ago, I think, yes.
Okay, sure. Just to follow up one more, Milne Bay being closed, obviously I commend the time of year that we've chosen to close that, and I welcome the works that are being done. I note that, we're obviously not charging fees to gym patrons during the closing time. Has there been any partnerships with giving them an alternative place to work out for those 3 months, or is it just, no gymming, or no, it's closed and that's it? Have there been any consultation around that?
Thank you for the question. Given the commercial nature of that gym environment, we don't have any partnerships with commercial gym providers. However, we're able to give advice about other gyms that might be available. We've been trying to communicate with our members in advance of those changes and those impacts and those interruptions, and no time's a good time to do that sort of work, especially to close the pool, given it's an indoor heated pool and available to our staff. But given the commercial environment that gyms operate in, it's dangerous ground for us to be treading there.
No, thank you. I just perhaps plant a seed. I was at a gym opening with Councillor McDonald just around the corner from Milne Bay, and they were happy to look at accommodating Milne Bay patrons during the closure. So if your staff wanted to make contact with the caves, that'd be great. Thanks, Nick.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to comment also on the partnership with Toowoomba RSL sub-branch. I think it's a project that's very close to my heart, having a father and a brother-in-law buried and uncles buried in our Toowoomba Regional Council area who served in wars. And I'd actually just like to commend our partnership with them. And it says here that their graves are marked, my relations and my ancestors, but all people who served deserve the right to be marked as having served their country. And I think that this is an amazing and wonderful thing that we are helping the RSL sub-branch to go and mark those graves. And I think, you know, a lot of families have no families left in this area, and they're lying there in unmarked graves. So it mentions here that we're working with other regional community groups to memorialise other graves that are eligible for the funding from the federal government. So thank you also to the federal government. But are we relying on those groups in that area, or is there a possibility that if they don't have a group, say there's a small cemetery somewhere that doesn't have a group active in that space, that those people, that those returned soldiers may not be marked? Nick, I know it's probably not our responsibility, but it is something that concerns me greatly.
Councillor Taylor, I'm not aware of the specific efforts that we've gone to engage with community groups. I'd need to take that question on notice if you don't mind, and I can come back to you with some advice. All I would say is that if anybody does have an interest in having those graves marked, and to contact council and speak with our cemetery services staff, they'd be only too pleased to help and try and point in the right direction. And perhaps there's something that we can do to get out in the community more proactively and promote that too.
Yes, thank you, Nick. And I know it's not our responsibility, and I know our people would be doing all they can. I think probably it comes back to the RSL, who have those who have the records of those people, perhaps. And I'm thinking, you know, if there was a small cemetery somewhere, perhaps we need to, somehow we need to contact and find the names of those people that may be buried in those areas that aren't being captured by an RSL or a group such as that. And I say again that, you know, that some of these people, there would be nobody in this area that knows anything about them anymore except for the RSL through their records and the war. The records are kept down in Canberra at the War Memorial. So that, I guess, is a little bit of a difficulty, and perhaps I need to speak to the RSL and see what we can do in that space with us working with them. Thank you.
Happy for any help.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the Environment and Community Services report, please? Councillor Tim and Councillor James. Those in favour? That's carried. We'll move now to Finance and Business Strategy. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Morning again, councillors. Just a couple of highlights from the report. The ICT section, that you will notice there a continued heightened sense of anxiety, I'd have to say, within the branch, that put a patch on for an identified issue. Within 20 minutes, identified probing of the network. So, and if you look at the industry sources have identified within 5 minutes throughout the world. So that's something that we need to be very mindful of. And POD, just the staff turnover rate for the month of May, 7.42%. So a good result there. Still 10.7, so slightly outside our target of 10% for the year. Customer service branch, a pop-up customer service centre was set up in Yarraman on the 25th of May to coincide with the disaster management team's fire awareness programme, and that was very well received. And just within financial services, we have finalised asset capitalisation for the year, so that concludes at the 31st of May with $154.7 million capitalised, so they get added to our $5 billion asset base. And local suppliers spend for May $14.5 million, or 55% of our total spend. Year to date, $136.5 million, or 51%. So it's certainly lagging on against our target of 60%, but something that we are continuing to work on. And you will. Councillors, just comment on the local spend. We are paying suppliers 14 days date of invoice wherever possible. So, as well as investing, paying quicker.
Very good. Any comments? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Anne-Marie. Just looking at the local spend, I noticed, first of all, that it's down a little bit from previous months or previous years. Looking at page 5 of your report, 47 of Broadbooks, it's sort of been very good since 2015, but slightly down. If there's any reason that you know of or can assume as to why it's slightly down this year to date. And secondly, just wondering whether the graph's correct, because when you look at the years ended 19 and 20, both 57%. I'm just wondering if the second one, 20, should be 67, because the height for the green column is a lot higher than the 19 one. Follow.
Take that comment on board and have a look at that one. Just with regard to the local spend for this current year, and we've mentioned earlier on, and from various general managers, the difficulty we are experiencing in sourcing materials, and that would be impacting our local suppliers as well. So we know that is a challenge that we are trying to address and work through.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald, you had your hand up previously.
That was effectively the question, but I just probably comment and thank you through you, Mr. Chair, to Anne-Marie. And I'm encouraged by the inclusion of the after-hours calls in this documentation to give councillors an idea, and I guess the standout for councillors to be aware of is that 32% of those calls, so 163 of 515 calls, of which council gets charged for each call that comes through, were either not council-related, abandoned, or not of an urgent nature. And so I guess there's a message there perhaps through communications as to what is classed as urgent in nature for those after-hours calls, because it's an immediate reaction and, you know, an honest reaction probably for someone to just ring up on any matter over the course of a weekend or out of hours. So I thank you for including that in the report, something I guess we should be mindful of and monitor over time.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, my questions all relate to POD. So the where it says in the graph down the bottom, it's got the annotation. This represents a reporting lag of 7 incidents. What does that mean?
So that's if you look at when an incident happens, just the length of time it takes to get that incident. So the beginning of May, we're still getting April incidents, and at the end of May, yeah, so that's what the lag is, just timing.
That's okay. It's probably there every month, and I've probably never seen it before. Is that right?
Sorry?
It's probably there every month, and I've never seen it before.
Yes, it is recorded there every month.
Embarrassing. Okay, so my next question is about the conversation starters, the trade mutt work shirts. So what happens, like, I'm curious about the sort of the follow-up, you know, like these shirts, and then kind of what happens from there, you know?
Just to start the conversation.
Right. So then you would hope that people access the EAP, is it called?
Yes, and we are rolling out mental health first aid across the whole organisation. So this is part of that, creating awareness, trying to make it easy for staff to speak up.
Okay. And then my other question is, what is happening with the recruitment for the manager of POD?
Yes, that has closed. The shortlisting has commenced, has been finalised, and interviews are scheduled for the week after next, I believe.
With the hope to appoint someone by what sort of time frame?
Yeah, as soon as possible. And we have had an excellent response from across Australia.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Just touching on a little bit around what Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan was saying around the trade mutt shirts. The trade mutt themselves have grown into an organisation that provides support as well through mental health and what have you. So that may well be another option for people rather than going through councils. I just wanted to touch on the cyber security and the risks that, you know, business is saying that it is, and no one could argue that's the number one risk to business and corporations worldwide. Is this something that councillors should be more aware of? I know we spoke certainly through the audit committee in regard to what we are doing, but from an operational angle, given the fact that it is so, and you can see by the numbers, it is a risk to this organisation. should we be receiving a report to councillors in regard to what we're currently doing, what measures we're taking in place to mitigate the risk, and perhaps what measures we should be taking in a future report.
I'm very happy to do that. I can tell you that as well as rolling out mental health first aid, we are rolling out how to make our staff aware of the various attempts that are happening in the workplace at the moment. ELT has formed a new IT governance board to oversee this element of risk within the organisation. So we are very aware of what's happening, the challenges within this area, and we are addressing those. So happy to bring back a report.
Thank you.
The Acting CEO would like to comment.
Yeah, thanks, Anne-Marie. Just in support of Anne-Marie, the ELT is taking the cybersecurity as a very high risk issue, and putting a lot of effort into giving the necessary support to Anne-Marie and Shane and the team to make sure that we can protect ourselves as best we can.
Thank you.
Give that assurity.
There's been some serious examples of late of breaches, and very costly, no doubt.
Yes.
Any other questions, Councillor Shine?
Just on that, there's one thing about protecting ourselves against it happening, but assuming that it might happen, do we have in place a scheme of arrangements as to how we manage in the absence of?
Yes, we do, and those processes have recently been audited. We have a report going to this week's ELT about what we do with the major incident. If a major incident occurs, what are the reporting lines and how we address it.
How we cope.
Yes.
Any other questions for Anne-Marie? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Shine. Those in favour? Carried. Would someone like to move the adjournment of the meeting, please?
Yeah, happy to do that.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? It's carried. I think we'll return about pretty close to 1 o'clock, if we could, please.
Good idea.
councillors, I think it's time to begin the meeting, and the next we move to item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, and I'll call on Acting CEO Mike Brady to present that report, please. Do you want to do it here or you want to do it up?
Thank you, councillors. Look, there's only the one report there on service delivery review. It's really just a quick update of how things are progressing. The SDR team are continuing to assist the organisation, as noted there, and the consultation in regards to some of the proposed changes that the CEO has previously flagged with council are still just going through that process. On his return, they'll get the review of the feedback will occur, and he'll bring something back in the next month or two in respect to that. In August, it's anticipated. So I've got a further report to council on some other matters, but that's in the closed section of council.
Any questions for the CEO? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Mike. I just wanted to say I was in Gundawindi recently, and the local mayor there was telling me that they have a slogan or a mantra there saying, "How can we make it happen?" And I thought it was such good wording that we could use throughout our organisation. And apparently the Gundawindi Regional Council staff really embrace this and are intent on delivering the best possible outcomes for people that come and engage with council. The Gundawindi Regional, or Gundawindi itself, is a thriving little metropolis. It's they've just approved 105 new lots, and they've got another 100 lots in the pipeline. The builders are just going like you wouldn't believe, and we're talking, you know, some of these homes are $1 and $2 million homes. So there's fantastic things happening in Gundawindi, and I just couldn't help but think that that would be a really good mantra for our council. How can we make it happen when someone comes to us? At any level, whether it just be that they want a licence or they want an approval or whatever it is that they want. If we had that culture throughout our organisation, I think it would be a really good thing for us.
Yeah, look, we might not sort of flag that as a mantra, but I can assure you right across the organisation that the vast majority of our staff go out of their way trying to help our community in different ways. I know within my other hat on, Infrastructure Services Group team, that the answer is we don't necessarily look at trying to say no to things. We look at how can we, what is the essence of what this person's request is all about, and work through it and trying to get an outcome that is, you know, works within the bounds of what council can do, but also is something that is positive in the world, that the position that person's coming through. And I think in the main we do achieve that, but in regards to you know, a cultural mantra or those sorts of things, that's something that can obviously council can discuss further in due course.
Thank you, and I wasn't suggesting that that wasn't the case across our organisation, but I think when you've got a mantra like that, it's a bit like we've got, you know, the Mayor stated in 2012 when he was first elected, we are open for business, and people really appreciated that. And I think, you know, this would be another opportunity for us to actually add this to our repertoire, so that we, you know, we're thinking that way, all of us.
Yeah.
Are thinking that way.
Happy to take that on board.
I think that's worth taking on board. Any comments around the room?
Thankful for Gundy to be featured.
Yeah, okay. Righto. Any other questions for the Acting CEO? Not, would someone like to move the receipt of that part of the report, please? Councillor Melissa and Councillor Megan. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, councillors.
move then to item 12, which is my monthly report. It's been sent to you Friday, of course. The brief report there on the Council of Mayors in South East Queensland. Discussions are continuing on the city deals and the Olympics. But you might have noticed in recent times that they're calling them the Brisbane Olympics, not the South East Queensland Olympics. And that's causing a little bit of pain amongst some of my mayoral colleagues. The General Manager of Planning and I, has already been mentioned, went and we sat with the Deputy Premier and many of his senior staff in respect to the South East Queensland Regional Plan, which of course takes in part of the Toowoomba region. So it was an interesting discussion, and no doubt there has to be a fair bit more work done. And as the GM said, not everybody is on the same train as far as development goes, the cost of the infrastructure charges, that kind of thing. So there'll be some robust debate a little further down the track. In terms of hydrogen, Paul Curry attended a luncheon developing Queensland's hydrogen industry. Mick de Brenny, the Minister for Energy, Renewables and Hydrogen, was the guest speaker, but there was Darren Miller, CEO of Australian Renewable Energy Agency, and quite a few other people there at that particular discussion. I think some of our staff were there too. So I think hydrogen is something that there's going to be a lot of work put into. Plentiful solar in Queensland, hydro renewable energy resources, lots of land area and a strong track record in building energy export industries. There'll be infrastructure coming in relation to hydrogen, I would imagine, and I think we've had a presentation here of a local company that's certainly working pretty hard on the hydrogen. Queensland Jobs Fund has been announced. That's $1.84 billion budgeted to improve jobs. A government-controlled Stanwell Corporation will build Australia's biggest hydrogen production plant at Gladstone, and Queensland aims to be an exporter of hydrogen by 2030. During the month, I've had meetings with, interesting meetings actually, with Stephen O'Brien, a member of the O'Brien milling family from Toowoomba, who's now the CEO of Morton Co. And also I had a meeting with Anthony Lee from Australian Country Choice. Both of those parties produce significant amounts of beef in this area, and they've certainly got an interest. South Queensland Inland and New South Wales Border Region Water Alliance, the constitution, as far as we're concerned, has been finalised. It goes to all mayors now for feedback and approval at our next meeting, the date for which has not been set yet. One of the things that has happened in terms of the water analysis in this area is that myself, Mayor McVeigh and Mayor Panisi have been invited by Minister Glenn Butcher to come down there for a discussion. We have in respect to the scoping of their water study. If they do a water study, we want to know the bounds of that water study, because I think it's going to be a 3-year study. I would expect that, given some of the things that we have seen in the past, if we're able to get federal government funding, a 6-month study would identify future water prospects for us. That's what the Water Alliance is about. It's about a quick study done by a very capable engineering firm, hopefully, and they would clearly give us the directions for the future. Now, there's a lady called Bernadette Zerber, who's the Executive Director, Water Supply in the Department of Regional Development and Manufacturing and Water, and she will, in fact, be presenting in the not-too-distant future, and I have asked her to come and present to Council, because she is the leader of this water study in our area, to a large degree from a administrative point of view, so I think it'd be very worthwhile talking to her. Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, we're meeting on the 23rd of July in St George, and it'll be hosted by the Boulogne Shire. Issues to be discussed include the proposal by a CSIRO Land and Water to scope freight networks and their options for upgrades to boost economic and community development. I think we're realising that connectivity with better roads and the use of rail is very much part of our future. Guest presenters and the mayors will discuss the important issues and the key theme areas of infrastructure. We work on digital connectivity, we work on water, food and fibre leadership, and also tourism. We're delighted at the number of state and federal government agencies that actually attend those now, as well as the university, as well as the health sector. Upcoming matters: the Local Government Association of Queensland, the National General Assembly, which I'm attending with my colleagues here. There's 4 colleagues as well going, and we're attempting to finalise some meetings now. Today we'll have a definite on the meeting in respect to funding for refugees. We should have a definite time by about now, and I hope that my colleagues will join me in that meeting. You can have it, and also we have a contact in the Deputy Prime Minister's office who is attempting to get us an opportunity there. The other thing that I will be going to, I booked in for, is the biennial LGAQ Bush Councils Convention, which will be held at Barcaldine this year in early August. Paul Curry is coming with me, and I guess the reason we're going is because of our involvement in the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors. The convention is regarded as largely the most pertinent to regional and remote Queensland, and far more pertinent than the local government annual conference. So I look forward to going to that in Barcaldine. And just can I assure you that we're living in small tents, individual tents, so that's a bit different to a normal, to what I'm expecting to be living in Canberra. Are there any questions? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor, for that report. Page 50 of Board Books, which is the second page of your report, under the Water Alliance, you state the Alliance aims to access federal funds to ensure the full study is carried out, not just a limited Downs assessment. What do you mean by not just a limited Downs assessment?
Well, we'll certainly be including in that assessment your favourite spot, the dam up in central Queensland. Yeah. It has to be on the table as one of the options. And as well as that, most interestingly, I haven't said much about it yet. I had the Mayor of South Burnett and one of his councillors come to see me wanting to join that Water Alliance because they think there'd be more benefit in that if we do a complete study in an appropriate way. Once we get the whole thing going, they thought it would be far better for them to actually join it. Now, we're meeting with the Mayor of Banana sometime. The date's been set, and one of the things that we may try to do with him is to entice them into the Water Alliance as well, because there would be areas south of them, if there were to be a pipeline come our way, places like Chinchilla, places in the Dalby area that would benefit in the first instance from that water pipeline.
So then, is it your understanding that the state government's water assessment for the Darling Downs would exclude Nathan Dam, considering Nathan Dam?
Yep. The very reason we're going to Brisbane on Friday, at the invitation of Minister Butcher, is that I've asked him a number of questions about this very thing, Councillor Von Hoff, and it's going to be a 3-year study, and quite frankly, my experience with government studies, sometimes it's a bit hard to get the focus that you want to get, and that's why we want to talk to him. He has a good relationship with the Deputy Prime Minister, he tells me, and we want to make sure that the two studies complement each other in the best possible way. I can't tell you at this point in time just exactly what the Queensland study will do. What I can tell you is it'll take 3 years, and I'm not that patient.
Okay, so your thinking is the state government's $3 million assessment is being completed, and that the Alliance is going to undertake a second separate assessment?
Well, it depends very much on what the state government is going to do. What I think that the mayoral colleagues and I are thinking about in terms of the water assessment that we'd like to do as part of the Alliance is to find the potential water spots, find where we can potentially get water from, and which is the most economically viable for us here in Toowoomba, for those people in Gundawindi, for those people in Warwick, for those people in Dalby. That's the sort of thing we're chasing. And I have no faith that it will come out of the state government study.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Well, it hasn't been clarified, put it that way. Councillor Summerfield?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors, which I think is great that that organisation has been formed, by the way. Excuse me. I'm just wondering, have you been able to get funding to help deliver the some of the outcomes that you're doing there, some of the work that's being done, or?
No, we actually haven't at this stage. We haven't got a whole lot of funding. We have had offers of funding, and some of that relates to a transport study, but nothing has been formalised yet. We haven't. We're waiting on the CSIRO to give us their scope of what they could do. And I thank you for your comments, and it's actually, I thought this particular organisation, on the advice all those years ago of LGAQ, would struggle. But it's doing it, you know, we're getting lots of people coming to it, lots of different focuses, and people are being made aware of what the issues are that we need to face right across the big area. And I guess there are moments when I feel almost as if we're, you know, we're the focal point of that whole area. Toowoomba's the focal point of that whole area. We're the regional capital. And, you know, we're doing a good job for Toowoomba here as well as those other people.
Yeah, and of course we're a hub for transport as well. So I just wondered the work being done by Ernst & Young and so forth, how's that being funded? Is everybody chipping in or something?
No, I think it's an historic study.
All right.
That's my understanding. I'll get you the detail around that, but we certainly, at this point in time, are not formalised with a bank account. We don't, you know, my idea initially was not to have something like ComSec that had heaps of staff and all that sort of thing. My idea was that we would work together and Paul Curry would resource it out of my office. That's what we're doing. And, you know, that's why it's so good to see the university, South Queensland Health, all those people there at any time. And the people who've been doing studies for CSIRO, they come at their own volition and their own cost.
Thank you.
But if anyone was interested in going out, we're going out, probably going to fly to St George, overnight in St George, have a couple of meetings, one meeting either day, or fairly work together over a couple of days. So.
I'd be interested to go to one.
So,
okay, any other questions?
Mr Mayor, just a question, if I might, on the CSIRO work is funded by the councils that are having it done.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. That's my understanding.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Mike would be able to answer that better than me, because Mike came to the last one and he's done quite a bit of work in that space. And if there's one thing this group ought to do, is to get some of those roads and upgraded and get some of the rail line back to functional.
I agree. No argument from me.
No.
I think, you know, for our freight routes, you know, which is the reason for inland rail, you can't keep the freight task is supposedly to triple within 30, 40 years.
By 2050.
We cannot possibly continue to keep the roads. We can't. It's difficult to keep them safe now and maintained. But I mean, with that sort of increase on it, it would be impossible. So there has to be some sort of a strategic oversight and planning done by both other spheres of government.
The report that Mike was involved in that came into the last meeting at Charleville was outstanding. You know, it gave us a really clear indication, and it gives us a way that we can plan for the future. Mike, do you want to say a few words?
Just update Council on process there. There hasn't been a commissioning of an engagement with CSIROs yet. It'll be at the last meeting, as the Mayor pointed out. There was 2 presentations on this matter, one by myself, one by Andrew Higgins, CSIRO.
Yes,
and that gave the mayors there a heads up of what's involved, what it's all about. Paul Curry, as I understand, is drafting a report for this meeting for the St George out there, and that's where the mayors will have that opportunity to make that commit they wish to go forward with the study. So that's where that's at. So that fingers crossed that should progress. And obviously it's not only the commissioning of CSIRO, but they'll also work out how they wish to support the study with some technical input as well.
Mr Mayor, if I could just make a follow-up there, just to remind councillors that Andrew Higgins was as part of our First and Last Miles pilot program that we put together, and I think it was 2014, Mike, was it? I think it was 2014, but in any case, that's where the CSIRO tool came into play. And I would suggest that as they're doing work for the others, that we would update our own data through this council, because it's quite some time and there's been a lot of changes, even to the way our haul roads have been used since then. So so I think that's a very good strategy for them to do that, pay for theirs and have it all done more or less as the one project. But then I think Toowoomba Regional Council needs to have some updated figures on their use as well.
Yeah, most definitely. That's the intent of our involvement going forward, to be a partner with the other councils, and the same with Western Downs. So even though we've had it done some years back, our side of things would be a bit of a refresh, but probably with all that's happened, a very needed update.
Any other questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Jeff, those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move then to secondment requests from the Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise to provide consultative services in preparation for the 2032 Olympics. Gary, and while you're coming down, you all know the history of the Olympic bid. It came out of a study that was done, a people mass movement study, I guess. The thought occurred under the leadership of Lord Mayor Graham Quirk that we did have a problem with moving an extra 2.5 million people around southeast Queensland by the year 2041. And then when we saw the potential there was for a 45-minute region, that kind of things, the concept of a Olympic Games bid was brought forward. It would appear that Olympic Games bid is going to be successful. And can I just simply say at the beginning of this that many of the other councils have left us for dead in terms of their advocacy. They've certainly got, when a mayor from some of the councils our size turns up at those meetings, they have 2 or 3 people around them. They have people who advocate for the region. They have chief advisors. They have all that sort of thing. So I felt a little bare, but I have heard the comments around the room that I'm well resourced, but I think that if we're going to look at this kind of thing and some of the things that have been put on the table in recent times, I think we probably need to give a bit of consideration to making sure that we have that appropriate advocacy. Gary, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to introduce this report. At its very essence, what we're really after is a guidance or a mandate on how hard to go at this Olympic opportunity. If we were to go soft at the Olympic opportunity, what we could expect was maybe 1 or 2 international teams headquartering themselves here for pre-Olympic training and then going off to the Olympics. Very similar to what we had for the Sydney 2000 Olympics. If we go hard, we've got the potential for federal and state government funding of a significant nature, upgrading some of our local facilities. Now, the timing for it is dependent on how hard we go with this. If we go soft, we really don't need to do anything until about 12 months out from the 2032 Olympics. If we go hard, we need to have our act together as a community, both the business and government sector, by 2024 when the Paris Olympics are underway, because that's the window of time when we can most influence the benefits that would come to Toowoomba region. The proposal that came to the CEO came from Tisby to second an appropriately skilled officer. They did that after a consideration of whether or not they could get such skilled officers from the federal, state level or local government level, and they identified council as their best talent pool for sourcing such an officer. So it's the recommendation and report is as tabled before you, and I welcome any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Cole.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Gary. I don't know whether questions or we just go straight into debate. The thought has occurred to me that rather than an external secondment, and I say specifically an external secondment, whilst working with council, but it is still situated under the auspice of TSBE, why wouldn't we propose an internal secondment? In other words, CEO, executive team allot time, second a staff member and work within the walls of council. I just want to hear your answer first on that, because I've got some reasoning behind that anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Councillor Carl. I suppose at its core the very reason is we've received a proposal from TSBE. Their CEO came along to a meeting that Council organised with Matt Carroll, the CEO of the Australian Olympic Committee, to identify opportunities for Toowoomba. They took the bull by the horns and took the proactive step of approaching us for support to deliver on a combined business government approach to soliciting opportunities to Toowoomba region. The strengths and weaknesses, just quickly off the top of my head, of an internal as opposed to an external. An external, I think, has a greater potential to better marry the government and the business community than an internal would, but those weaknesses could be overcome. The internal one would perhaps not be as nimble and as responsive and able to mobilise business support and resources as an external one would, but they would both have their strengths and weaknesses.
Councillor Carroll, if I can just say, we have a staff member here who has been in the legacy side of 2 Olympic Games, and I would suggest to you that he could be incredibly valuable. There is no guarantee that we'll get an event, but there is a guarantee, I think, that we will be a focus prior to the Olympic Games. And if you talk to people like the local show society who've been approached by Equestrian Queensland, and there's a lot of equestrian expertise in this area, to build a centre of excellence in Toowoomba, which may get an Olympic Games event, but it would also, having the airport near it, be available, I would suggest, for teams coming in. So, you know, I would have to say that in terms of the person that I've been told of, I think they could make a major contribution, having seen in 2 Olympic Games what they've seen.
Mr Mayor, could I just add a little bit to you on the equestrian? Out here, the inter-schools, secondary schools, inter-schools committee, equestrian committee, has hosted 2 national equestrian events here and 3 state, I think, and they're just, you know, the high level of management and expertise to run those is unbelievably close to an Olympic Games equestrian event, so they certainly do have the expertise to run them.
If I could just say one thing before I hand back to you, Councillor Bill. I think there is one deficiency, and that is the cross-country, which I think has been negotiated with a neighbour to some degree, that they would be able to build a cross-country track of appropriate length and appropriate standard for certainly teams to come here. But back to you, Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I fully understand that, and I'm aware of the officer that with those capabilities. And I don't think it's been reasonably considered, and that is, I think we could achieve all of those things inside council, still working with TSBE. So I have some concerns around sensitivities of, it's not just about the event, it's the capacity and ability. And in the body of the report on the last page, it mentions, this thing's died on me, but it mentions, please bear with me. On page 57 of 100, it looks at outcomes there. And I would see some of those things mentioned as particularly sensitive, and around capacity around water, sewer, green space, capabilities of council to be able to discuss freely and openly within the context of portfolios and staff members discussing those sorts of capabilities within council. Conversely, as opposed to a third-party entity with commercial interface discussing those sorts of things which may have ramifications for council down the track in other areas. So I guess I'm flagging my concern, and that is one of the specifics that I would see as a negative and not conducive to healthy hallway talk within an organisation to actually solve a problem. And then I've highlighted a number of other areas there. I don't think there's anyone that knows the social fabric of towns in the last paragraph around a displacement plan better than this council. In fact, as a councillor for many years, being involved, like all of us, in regional council visits and local community initiatives, this council has been directly and in full knowledge of some of the social fabric. So I'm just questioning. Look, I'm happy to go to debate. I don't want to get into espousing my views in a question time, but I do really have some concerns about this. And value for money, I think we could be not necessarily taking the most economical avenue to arrive at the same point from a cost to the ratepayer. In other words, I feel that this would be a contract price rather than an in-house cost to council.
Thanks, Councillor Carl.
Ratepayer.
You wish to make a comment, Gary?
Oh, with regards to the contract price, the pricing contained in the report is indicative of a backfill for whomever we lend. And it really does depend on who the CEO chooses. If the CEO chooses one of our facilities and venues guys, that figure would probably be half of what it is because we wouldn't need to replace them for the whole 6 months. However, if we were lending an economic development officer, we probably would need to backfill them for a whole 6 months, so therefore the full price.
And that's exactly why I'm raising it. There is the 68,000 that's mentioned there, plus backfill potentially, and it depends on the level of officer.
Oh no,
it's inclusive of the backfill.
Yeah, the amount is the backfill. It's
Right.
Actually it's the backfill plus some money for a phone, I think.
I'm happy to questions, and then
Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Shine.
I think. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Carl, so I can understand this. Do you have confidentiality concerns, Councillor Carl?
To be specific about it, sensitivities around critical infrastructure, their capacity, their age, their ability to be able to accommodate potentially a 20,000 crowd event. What does that? And I'm talking about a number of networks here, a number of staple networks that I wouldn't imagine, and I've tried to think about this objectively and put myself in the shoes of a general manager or a senior manager that is dealing with the day-to-day runnings of provision of infrastructure and capital works, operational works. I couldn't imagine myself having open arms in discussing with a third-party entity with direct interface with commercial to discuss those sorts of sensitivities around where we are on our works program and capabilities. Now, that could be done from an in-house position with TSB at arm's length to those sensitivities, but it could be free, open, unhindered hallway discussion from an internal position by the officers across, I can think of 3 directorates or portfolios straight off the top of my head. That would be Infrastructure Services Group, Water and Waste, and Environment and Community.
Okay, don't want a supplementary, Councillor Von Hoff?
Oh, I guess if there's just a response, I suppose, from you, Gary, or from the acting CEO, how some of those issues would be
Either of you want to respond?
Addressed.
Acting CEO will make a comment.
Yeah, I take on board, Councillor Carl, some of your comments there. I'd suggest that in this initial engagement, as put forward by Gary there, this in 6 months will only sort of put us in it'd still be a pretty high level positioning or paper of some sort as an outcome. We wouldn't be getting into details at this point in time. But I think what has been pointed out, I think the Mayor pointed it out, is that if this council wants to be involved with the Olympics in 2032, it needs to get involved now, and that's the critical thing. Yeah, we've got to now invest now for the medium to longer term future, so that and work out, you know, what is it that we want to be involved with, and how do we want to be involved with it. So, from my perspective, that's whether you do it through this initiative as a starting point, and that's all this is at a start, or some other way. It requires investment of time, energy and resource.
Thank you.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. I think the acting CEO is probably addressing what I wanted a clarification on, is this, that in the executive summary it refers to a review to be undertaken, capability review, and the idea is to not just investigate the sporting services during the Games, but also investigate support services and infrastructure opportunities that will create a legacy for the region beyond the hosting of the Games. So, as I understand it, from what I've read, what's being proposed here is not for that person to be involved in indicating the support services or infrastructure opportunities, but merely trying to tell us what's necessary or to assist in getting the Games or part of the Games here, and the other things will follow. And when you look at clause 3.1, I think, of Tisby's proposal, it sets out various things that in different stages that person will do, none of which relate to services, infrastructure opportunities. So is that right, that this is a...
Yeah, that's a good summation, Councillor Sean.
Thank you.
Any other comments around there? Councillor Summerfield?
Sorry, I've just got a question, and it's in protection of Councillor Megan. You don't have a conflict of interest here, do you, Megan?
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. I did consider it, but the basis of my declaring last time was that we were discussing the funding for Tisby, so that was where I drew the distinction between this and something else, unless you have another...
I don't have any concerns, but I just thought of you, and I thought, well, I'll raise it because that's what we're supposed to do. So.
Thank you. Well, that's my logic, unless there's something else that people would like to dispute or...
I don't know if anyone else can see where there'd be an issue. I can't.
Oh, I never thought there was an issue.
But thank you very much for...
No, did I?
I was just thinking...
just bringing that forward because it's about safety in this room. Any other comments around there? Councillor McDonald?
Just a question, if I could, for my own thinking and probably trying to determine Councillor Carl's views. I think Gary and, sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Shine mentioned 3.1, the project plan within the document, which sets out reasonably clearly, although it's preliminary, the roles that this person, this individual will have. I would assume that TSBE being the wholly owned subsidiary of council, there would still be some connection with council in any regard, whether it's through their reporting that they do to us quarterly, that would provide an update for this, and if that isn't, perhaps that could be included in the motion, or at least in the planning, so that there is a reporting mechanism that comes to council in that quarterly process to give councillors some confidence that is happening.
Under item 5 in that report, monthly reporting.
Yeah, I'm monthly reporting to this council.
Yeah.
And that's the disparity between a controlled entity and council. So this is what I'm suggesting, that perhaps there's additional reporting through this mechanism that would abnormally be happening from a controlled entity.
Yeah. So page 3 of their proposal under point 5 report, there's 2 sentences there that indicate a monthly report ongoing through the engagement, and obviously a a final report, and no doubt that could be a presentation to council around about November.
Yeah, no, I read it, understand it, but it just says TRC will receive monthly updates. So will that be a mechanism through a CEO's update? And perhaps that's the best place for it, rather than through the functional areas of council.
Yeah, it could either be that or through NCS or through, as you say, through the CEO. But yeah, no, we could definitely work that out.
Through the CEO. I'm just trying to give comfort to those to Councillor Carl, where that reporting might. That's more reporting than what would normally be the process because of this arrangement. That's where I want to get to. So I'm happy to move the recommendation.
You're happy to move, or do I get a seconder before we begin to Councillor Melissa? Councillor Carroll, did you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think that reporting should be mentioned in the recommendation.
That report?
That reporting to council should be recognised, should be included in the recommendation.
It's in the proposition that was put, but we can add it to the recommendation.
Happy for it to be in there.
Yep.
I'm happy for it.
It's mentioned in their proposal.
Yes, but it's a recommendation that stands, so...
Okay, if we can get that in there. Councillor Tim, you had something you wanted to say?
Just a question, thanks, Chair. Just regarding, in the purpose of the report, it says the proposal says approximately 6 months. This is 12 years away or 11 years away. Just wondering if, in your opinion, there's likely to be more of this in the future, or is it a one-off 6 months? Or, and you know, it's approximately. Is there going to be any further taking council staff to Tisby from now to the lead up to 2032?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. This is the creation of a plan that relies on some unique skill sets that we have in-house. I think after the plan's created, the value of those skill sets becomes less. So how they actually implement the plan will be done by a whole different set of people. I think the vagary around the time frame is I'd be looking at up to 6 months. So if it could be knocked over in 3, I want my person back. But I can't imagine it taking any more than 6 months. And then after that 6 months, a whole new set of skills come into play.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for raising that, Tim. I think we should put a timeline of 6 months, up to 6 months, in the report, and that way, if it needs to be extended, you have to come back for further approval. Thanks.
We have a mover, we have a seconder. Is anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Just if I could, Mr Mayor, perhaps in number 2 there you could say final report delivered on the completion of the secondment in November 2021. That covers off the 6 months.
Covers off the time frame. You comfortable with that?
Does that work in relation to when they start, though, Gary?
If I may, Mr Mayor, I think that would be a bit problematic as to when they start. It could actually take a few weeks, perhaps a month and a bit, to get the situation in place. Constraining us to November would crimp that 6 months.
Well, remove November 21 and just simply say final report delivered to council on the completion of the 6-month secondment.
Yep. Is that fine by anyone around the room?
Yep.
There's obviously going to be debate, so as a mover, do you wish to speak, Councillor McDonald?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor, and taking on board a couple of the comments from Councillor Carl particularly, I guess reading the scope, reading the project plan, this is around, from my assessment of it, this is around defining the potential that we have in this region first and foremost, and then probably promoting that potential to the various bodies. The phase after that would be about realising the potential, but you can't realise the potential until you go through those other couple of steps. So the concern that I had, that if it was to remain within council, was that we are already busy doing what we're doing, and the notion in the report talks about the fact that it's very difficult to get or advertise, promote and get someone to do a particular task for a 6-month contract. And then you have the issues of trying to get the right person. If there is someone within council that has a skill set, and I guess the process is to advertise that more broadly, and there could be someone else in the organisation as well that could apply for it, it would also then upskill that person to come back to council with greater knowledge and understanding. So this first 6 months could actually set a great pathway for us to understand, righto, what is our potential? And council may make a decision then to say, righto, as the manager has said, it may be a softly approach when we get to defining the potential and understanding what that might be. So that's why I'm supportive of it. I think it's another task within council that could well get bogged down. Being at arm's length under TSBE, it will have greater flexibility. We've seen the outcomes of TSBE with this similar arrangement. Therefore, I think there's very little risk, very low risk to the organisation, but great potential for us to understand what it actually is that we can promote and get potentially out of the largest event in the world.
Thanks very much. Councillor Cole, you wish to speak against?
Thanks, Mr Chair. I don't think maybe I didn't make myself clear enough, but I'll give it a whirl in debate. I reiterate my first point, sensitivities around infrastructure provisioning and understanding capabilities. I'm not quite sure what people aren't not reading in the report. Section 3 in outcomes clearly gives the 3 areas. Section 3.1, the project plan, clearly states and references the points from Section 3. The first point, Phase 1, clearly references outpoint, capability plan. Phase 2, content development, clearly references sports shortlist, output, displacement plan. Phase 3, blah, blah, blah. You can't assess a capability without understanding what needs to be delivered behind the scenes. Like I said, it's not just about the event, it's about a whole range of capabilities that this council, we have on board in our ranks, specific skill sets and technical capabilities that are already there. My second point is I stress, I'm not concerned about the reporting. I simply don't agree with the model that's been put up. I stress internal secondment. We could do the very same thing without going through a selection process and earmarking, because the office has already been alluded to, and I'd suggest possibly around workloads at this time, as well as his professional capabilities. We could achieve the very same thing and hit the ground running in a far less time by, I stress, the CEO, executive team, be delegated the decision to internally second this position. I reiterate my points about hallway talk and the free and open and frank discussion of assessing under the project plan our capabilities. To me, the model that's been put up is a convoluted process at which there would be some, if I was an officer, there would be some apprehension about the level of detail that could be discussed, given the interface and TSB's establishment as a commercial sector lobby group. And to suggest that council doesn't have, or this suggests that this model would be better than earmarking a person and internal secondment to the organisation. We already do a lot of the planning. There is not an instance where, for example, Parks and Gardens or Environment Community don't go out with a full feasibility and planning, strategic planning, and gauging what capacity is and the impacts on community. It's not a piece of work that council doesn't do now. So to suggest that it's an extra load that could get lost in the stream of council, no, it won't. the comment was made, how serious do you want to be about this bid? Well, if we're serious, let's second internally. Let's appoint this person from whoever it is from within the ranks of council, and that direct interface with Tisby at commercial is there, ready to go. And thirdly and finally, when push comes to shove, council is the statutory authority. We have signed an agreement with the state government and the Games Committee already. So I'd be hard-pressed to think that that could be circumvented in ultimate decision-making with another entity, albeit a third-party owned entity of council, to actually add a layer of complexity around defining what our capabilities are and the benefits to the region. I think we're well capable of that. I'll draw another example, and Mr CEO, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would openly say that people like Andrew Allpass would have an intimate knowledge of club capabilities and capacities and sporting groups and fraternities, both council and private sector, and I don't think there'd be a better person that would top his knowledge, being in sports tourism. So for me, this is just a long way of getting on with it. And I finally, and I'll be quiet, I think it's a more expensive way of delivering the same outcome as far as cost to ratepayers, to be serious about putting ourselves forward and catching up with other councils. Thanks.
Anybody wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Bonhoff.
Thank you,
For the motion.
For the motion.
Yep, good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm really encouraged that Tisby has taken the initiative and come to council with this proposal, because it gives me confidence and encourages me to believe that they are really wanting to drive the process. And Councillor Carl's thinking about the sensitivities and the confidentiality, I think, from my perspective, I really thank him for thinking like that, because it's something that we do need to consider. But I'm reassured by the acting CEO's comments that this is going to be high level and not something that is going to cross into any place where confidential details or sensitive details are divulged. And I do think that this is actually a way that we can do things faster. Local government is unfortunately a bit of a slow-moving beast, I have learned, and I just think that this might be the fastest way to get an outcome. Thanks.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Mr Mayor, before I speak against the motion, I'd like some clarification, please. Two questions. I note that the others that go to ComSec, who are those people that go to ComSec with the other people that belong there? Are they members?
The likes of Redlands has advisors and lobbyists with them, you know, and they're the same. They're a lesser sized council to us, I think, and budget-wise.
Yes, but if they're lobbyists and if they're advisors, they'd be under the employee on a contract or in some way where
That'd certainly be, yeah, what I'm saying, and I mentioned this in relation to my mayoral report, I think, and particularly in lobbying for the Olympic Games at that level in that room.
Yes, and I agree with that, and maybe that might be the way for us to go, because the other question that I have here, and I too support Tisby, and you know I do, but please explain to me what is expected to be examined and the information shared if it isn't around our facilities and our infrastructure, because I don't see anything else. Tisby are our partners and wholly council owned, as has been mentioned, but their concerns are around economic business benefit and tourism. And I think you have to if we got a contractor in here, if we got a lobbyist in here, they're under our control as far as sharing of information is concerned. But Tisby has a board, and whilst it's councils, there's nothing I see in this proposal that says that confidentiality would be kept or any of those things that we would have any say As I read it too, and there's nothing there to say I'm wrong, if we agreed to this, then our employee, i.e. one of our team, goes over to Tisby, and that's I support Tisby in most ways. But there is nothing there to say that we have any control over what they contribute, i.e. information or examinations of infrastructure and things, some of that which indeed may be sensitive.
Well, I was at a Tisby board meeting the other day, and I can assure you that they're very sensitive about matters of confidentiality. Acting CEO was there with me, and look, I personally, from that perspective and many other perspectives, have great faith in Tisby, and I think they would bring the business community together in a pretty special way, and the community of Toowoomba together. If we all work together, us, Chamber, Tisby. You know, there's an acceptance of around about 80% of the Olympic Games coming to South East Queensland in the community. So I really think my personal view is Tisby, yes, they're an arm of ours. I'm not concerned about confidentiality with them. Having been in their board meetings, they're very, very sensitive about that sort of stuff. I have no problem at all with it.
So can I then have the second question answered about what sort of information we expect to be imparted, examined and whatever? Do we have that? Do we have...
I'd expect the potential events that we could have our way, we ought to know in 6 months. The events that we have potential to have here, most likely as a pre-Olympic Games venue, or, you know, maybe, if we're very fortunate, we might have the odd Olympic event here. And that, I think, would be what we will find out. We can. Don't forget that the decision on where the venues will be made 2 years before the game by the sporting bodies concerned in that particular event.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, and that sounds wonderful, and I'm not arguing with that. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking you is what sort of information they're expecting to glean and be shared from this particular secondment.
Well, I'd imagine it would give us an assessment of the, if that's what you're looking for, it's give us an assessment of the opportunities there are in this area. And that might indicate to us that we ought to work on, okay, maybe it's something like rifle shooting or something like that, because we know there are issues in Brisbane with rifle shooting. We may, you know, that's just a wild one plucked out of the air. It may be mountain biking. I doubt it, but it may...
Won't be
sorry?
Sorry, no, I don't believe it'll be mountain biking.
I was about, before, when you were interrupted, I was about to say, not likely. But it may be an opportunity for us to have plenty of people here before the Olympic Games, during the Olympic Games, and certainly post the Olympic Games, with a centre of excellence for mountain biking, which we have all the tools for here in Toowoomba. But equestrian, of course, is one that it's there, it's existing, and I would suggest to you there's a real chance that a lot of the equestrian competitors would find what we have in Toowoomba great, either for an Olympic event or for pre-Olympics.
So if I'm right in interpreting what you're saying, and we actually put a criterium track where we took away 2 jumps from out there, so if they can replace that, it'd be fine. I'm all for, and we have every chance. So what you're saying, that we expect, we've got a lot of that information already internally on what we have, and with the associations we have here, the Hockey Association, world-class facilities out here at the Hockey Club, world-class facilities that very few places in Australia have got, and also out there. So you're virtually thinking that we'd be working with those groups rather than more than the infrastructure. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I think this initial 6-month assessment would be all about what is possible. And from there,
so it's blue sky.
That the decision would come back to us and the community, the sporting bodies in this community, as what we ought to shoot for.
Yeah, and I just need to be, confirmed about that, I guess, because I too have concerns if we get deeply into what goes on here. We have a lot of that knowledge in our organisation, but then we can go and partner with the groups, the sporting groups here. We would be silly not to do that. Tisby would be very, and I'm sure they wouldn't, you need to be hand in glove with those organisations that already conduct those sports here to see how far and what they can offer. So if that's what we're looking for, I can support it. But if we're looking at sensitive information that's in here in this organisation, then I can't support it.
I can't understand this project moving ahead with the idea that we have in mind without an engagement with all those sporting bodies as to see what in fact they can offer, what do they think about it, do they think it's possible to have pre-games events, do they think they have the capacity to do the other, and you know, out of this may well come that a size stadium that we've been looking for a long time, a 20,000 seat stadium. That's what has been on the agenda for Toowoomba in recent times. But don't forget the other benefits that will come if we get some events here, the other benefits that would come in connectivity to Brisbane. It may well be the fast train. I can't tell you that.
So, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to support. That would be 6 months' work working with the organisation. So perhaps the framing of the proposal is probably a little bit off key, I think. And I think 6 months' work would be dealing with those organisations, dealing with the parent bodies of those organisations, the affiliates and others, and I believe that would be how that would work. But I think that's not correctly framed.
Well, have you any suggestions, Councillor Carroll?
No, I'm sorry, Mr Mayor. I should have probably paid a little bit more attention to it last night. But I do believe that not this so much, but the actual proposal. I think it's probably not as well framed as it could be.
Yep. Okay. While we're working on that, Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Megan, then Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure.
Are you speaking against?
No, I think that was against, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
Well, it wasn't meant to be. I wanted clarification. So thank you, and I think I've got it, but I'm not sure.
Yep. Right. Over to you, Megan, and
thanks, Mr Mayor.
Have a couple of comments, and we'll go back to debate.
Well, no, I was actually going to speak for the motion because I think we've had a fair bit of discussion around the focusing on the sports and the link with sports. But I mean, in the report, it says here, what's our Olympic capability? So it's manufacturing, medical, doping controls, comms, athletic services, accreditation, customs and quarantine, immigration, transportation. And that's the sorts of things that I want to know. And I think Councillor Vonhoff touched on it. It's TSB's ability to be agile and to show initiative. And if we were probably waiting for this to come out of our organisation, it might not have happened, sadly. So, you know, let's get on board and find out all of these other things, our Olympic capability. And this 6 months will show us. And I think, and it says in the report there too, at the beginning, that after this 6 months, we will be able to then judge whether the outcomes of this assessment will determine if the role is to be continued, be it within TSB or via council, as per the project plan in section 3.1. So I am totally behind this initiative.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Did you wish to make a quick comment, Councillor Melissa? You had your hand up in a dead heat with Megan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, I think my points have been very well voiced here, better than my voice today. But probably one of the things that I wanted to make mention of was there was a mention earlier when a speaker was speaking against the motion about the social fabric of our town and that TSB were unable to really gauge that effectively. I actually would like to...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I didn't say that at all.
Oh, well, that's... Oh, well, my apologies, Councillor Carl. I honestly felt that that's what you had meant. But to that point, I just think TSB, with the business community and their flexibility within the environment, are very well placed to look at the social fabric and the capability of holding that, that legacy building sports event within our region. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Would the mover like to sum up?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think we've worked through and I value the comments from colleagues and particularly around the fact of what this actually is that we're doing today. And I think somewhere in translation we've got completely overcomplicated. I honestly do. This is, Councillor Carroll probably got to the core of the situation as to what we're trying to achieve, and it's spelt out quite clearly in the phases 1, 2, 3 and 4. which has been referenced a couple of times, and I just think this is the most efficient way forward. It will connect into the communities that will have influence on where things may happen. This is the most agile, most efficient, most economic, best value for money that this council could possibly do in order to gain any potential benefit from the Olympic Games in 2032, which, as I say, is the largest world event. This is an opportunity that's come to us. It's a great fit. It will give us in 6 months' time or earlier a clear path as to how serious or how much investment or how far we want to go as a community to leverage off the 2032 Olympics. Personally, we've got a bit off track. Let's not overcomplicate it. This is about identifying what defined potentials we actually have, and then promoting those potentials and coming back to council so we get a clear path on what direction we take. Fully supportive of it.
Okay, that closes the debate. I'll call now for the vote. Those in favour? Right. Those against? Wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor Cole?
Yes, please.
Full division, Councillor Cole. Right, the motion's carried. We move then to Councillor McMahon. You have a request for a policy development re Auslan interpreter engagement. There's notice has been given, so over to you, Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for our office staff for having this included today. And councillors, the motion is before you, and I'd seek your support in this motion. Is simply that council develop a policy concerning the use of a suitably qualified Auslan interpreter for council video press releases of urgency, including disaster management. Chair, could I speak forward for that, or do you need to?
You're happy to move it. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nancy Summerfield, you may speak.
Thanks, Chair. Look, can I firstly start by acknowledging the work of our RADAC committee, and we have so many committees across council and more coming in all the time. Obviously, this really highlights that a well-functioning committee can influence policy at a council level and have the ability to bring their ideas forward and get it brought to this level. This particular motion, while birthed out of the RADAC committee, has been looked over by the chair of the Disaster Management Committee, General Manager of Environment Community, our stakeholder engagement team, and as well as General Manager of Finance and Business Strategy, to get them to sign off on it. Basically, we have a growing number of people in Toowoomba region where Auslan is their primary language. They may not necessarily be able to read, but they can sign in Auslan, and this number is growing across Australia. We look at other levels of government who regularly use interpreters for motions similar to this, or for ideas similar to this, and I'd like to summarise the information given to me by our council officers concerning that position, where an interpreter is used in emergency situations where immediate action is required of the general community, such as disaster evacuation style announcements. In Toowoomba region specifically, there was a little bit of discord among the deaf community concerning COVID and concerning the bushfires that we've been through in the last 2 years, that they weren't as efficiently communicated to as they could be concerning those matters of urgency. The urgency is a sticking point of this, and it's not every council press release. I'm very conscious of, while we need equality in matters for urgency, the cost to the ratepayer does get quite up there when we go to every council press release. And I'd also like to talk about the idea of disaster management and matters of urgency. Budget, for example, isn't included in there. When it talks about a suitably qualified interpreter, these can get quite expensive and sometimes hard to find, and it would be quite an exhausting expense on council to obtain one for every time we had a press release. Regardless, all people should have the ability to feel safe and looked after. So for this reason, council should use an interpreter for matters of urgency. This motion does say develop a policy. It may look slightly different. I'm very happy for the operational staff to look after that. My only question that I raised was, why wouldn't subtitles on the bottom of a screen be suffice? And the overwhelming answer from those members of the deaf community is that Auslan ability and reading ability may be two completely different things. When one is present, the other one may not be at all. So someone who can sign and interpret Auslan may not be able to speak at all, as it is a primary language. So, councillors, I'm happy to have this open for discussion, debate. I present the motion to you proudly, and thank you for bringing it to us today, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Any brief comments? I'd imagine it would be particularly useful in times of emergency, as you have clearly stated. It'd be interesting as we develop this policy to see the state government's policy on that, because they obviously have protocol around it. Anybody else wishing to make any comments? If not, it's moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Summerfield, that Council develop a policy concerning the use of a suitably qualified Auslan interpreter for Council video press releases of urgency, including disaster management. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Thank you. Are there any matters for which notice has been that we need to determine by resolution to be included in the agenda today? Are there any motions from the floor that would need the permission of Council to go forward? If there's not, someone move that the meeting be closed, please. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Megan. Just give us a signal, please, Brendan. All good. We move to item 17. The report of item 17 is before you. Do I have a mover? Councillor Melissa. Councillor Jeff. Those in favour? Move to item 18, the Clifton Wastewater Treatment Plant upgrade. Do I have a mover? Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried.
So that was, sorry, just checking, that was the motion that you had highlighted in yellow.
That's right.
Yep.
It wasn't up.
That's right.
Option 2.
Yep.
Thank you.
Move then to item 19, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, a legal update. You've heard that. We've had a long session. Those in favour?
I'll move.
Councillor
I'll move.
Carroll and Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Well, that probably brings one of the longest meetings I've been in for a while to a conclusion. Thank you very much for your attendance today. Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO.